Hello? I hear myself, though, in my ear. And I don't like the way I sound. Cooj, I forgot about the poll question. Yeah. Sure. Yep. So am I going to hear myself the whole time? Oh, gotcha. Contest. Do 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 do. Blue eyes crying in the rain. There. um, I can hear you. Yeah, and I don't really hear. Yeah, I hear myself very faintly. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Woodbine Mohawk Park. Friday morning qualifying action. More baby races slated for this morning and tomorrow morning as well. Post time for the first of 13 for the 2-year-old fillies, both on the trot and pace this morning. Set for 9:30 in just a couple of moments from now. Much nicer day today in Campbellville, Ontario. Slightly overcast skies right now, but the sun is peeking through. Much warmer and not much wind. And if you were with us 1 week ago, it was a vastly different story. It was very cold and windy on that day. So expecting some better performances today in terms of time. And we'll see a mixed bag. Some youngsters coming back for their second trip behind the starting gate today, while we will get our first look at many youngsters this morning as well. In total, as mentioned, 13 races slated for today's session, including 4 on the trot and 9 pacing races, and 2-year-old fillies will take center stage. The Colts and Geldings will go postward here tomorrow. Hi again, everybody. Greg Blanchard welcoming you live to our location just outside the paddock area here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Wonderful to have you with us today. And we want to thank our partners, of course, the Central Ontario Standardbred Association, COSA, for making this possible this morning, along with our good friends at the Woodbine Entertainment Group, Ontario Racing, and hoofbid.com partnering with us on these baby race broadcasts. We'll be with you again tomorrow morning and then next weekend as well to wrap up baby racing action for this season. Speaking of Hoofbid, they've got their Sunday night auction set to go again this weekend. Hoofbid, the new online auction site for standardbred horses, available on both Google Play and the App Store, revolutionizing the way you buy online. For more information, visit them at hoofbid.com. And great to have them partnering with us on these broadcasts. And speaking of which, we've got a special contest that they are putting on over the next couple of days. So for all of you tuning in, we want to hear from you. Leave us a comment both today and tomorrow on the broadcasts. For everyone that comments, you will be entered into a random draw for a $250 Amazon gift card. That, again, is compliments of our friends at hoofbid.com, partnering with us on these baby race broadcasts both today and tomorrow. So for everyone that does leave a comment both days, we'd love to hear from you. And you'll be entered for that draw at random, which will take place following tomorrow morning's qualifying session. My co-host again this morning, and the guy who will call the action, is Mark McKelvey. So, Mark, a week ago, I was envious of you being inside where it was nice and warm and dry, and today it might be the opposite. What do you think?
Could be. It's a little steamy up here in the announcer's booth, but the sun isn't really beating down on us just yet. We'll see if it breaks through. If it does, it does pretty warm up here. But wow, how things can change in 7 days. Just a beautiful day here this morning at Woodbine Mohawk Park. And ideal conditions for the no sun really shining at the time being, which if you talk to a lot of trainers and drivers, that's good here. You get the shadows in the first turn. And those shadows in the first turn can sometimes be tricky for those babies, and we don't see them right now. So as we get set for the first qualifier, right now, say the conditions are ideal. And I'm gonna say, Greg's probably a tough time hearing me right now. So we'll see if we get connection issues figured out. But we're going to be going to the gate shortly for the first call. Maybe if I point at him, he'll know that it's his cue to go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Woodbine Mohawk Park.
This morning we've got 13 qualifying races, all for 2-year-old fillies. And in this first qualifier, we will see a group of 2-year-old trotting fillies go forward. As they begin to line up, we can introduce you to the field and let you know a couple of driver notes as well. So number 4, Sweet Ambitions, will be driven by Jody Jameson. Number 7, That's My Girl. The driver is James McDonald. Here is the field. Number 1 is Darling Please, a daughter of merchandiser out of an Andover Hall mare. First foal out of an Andover Hall mare, trained by Amy McDonald. Anthony McDonald drives for owner Anthony McDonald. 2 is YS Patricia, a Royalty for Life filly out of Enjoy Levesque mare. $42,000 Harrisburg purchase, trained by Daniel Martin, driven by Sylvain Filion for owner Yves Zerzan. 3, Bailey's It Girl, is an Angus Hall filly out of a Tom Ridge mare, owned by Brian Eady, trained by Shannon Henry. Trevor Henry will drive, an $18,000 London purchase. 4, Sweet Ambitions, is a daughter of Father Patrick out of a Muscles Yankee mare, owned by the stable Sweet Ambitions, trained by Anthony McDonald. Jody Jameson drives, $15,000 Lexington buy. 5, Fuzzy Angel, owned by Hut Racing stable Blake McIntosh. McIntosh trains. Chris Christopher drives, daughter of Archangel out of a Malabar Man mare, $21,000 London purchase. 6, Life in the Slammer, Glengate Farms, Brad Grant, Gaelic Stable 2, trained by John Bax. Matt Bax drives, $50,000 Lexington purchase, daughter of Royalty for Life out of a Yankee Glide mare. And 7, That's My Girl, is a daughter of Gucci out of a Cantab Hall mare, owned by the stable That's My Girl, trained by Anthony McDonald. James McDonald will drive. Gate picking up speed, and here they come for the first. And they're off and trotting. Coming through in the center, that is Sweet Ambitions out to strike the early lead. Here on the outside is That's My Girl, and down along the rail, that is Darling Please. Getting away in 4th is Fuzzy Angel. Then into 5th is YS Patricia, followed by Bailey's It Girl. And the last one as they go into the first turn is Life in the Slammer. They go into that first bend, and That's My Girl gets to the top here. It's That's My Girl, the daughter of Guccio, taking them through an opening quarter of 31 and 3. So they'll swing into the backstretch. 2-length advantage here for That's My Girl, $20,000 yearling purchase. James McDonald in the sulky here this morning, and she's striding out to a 3-4 length advantage here. Now out from 3rd comes Darling Please. So Darling Please will move into 2nd, circling around Sweet Ambitions. Then it is Fuzzy Angel back in 4th. 5th is YS Patricia with a break of 6 or 7 lengths going back to Bailey's It Girl and Life in the Slammer. Approaching the midway point, and Darling Please has now worked her way up to the top. She'll take it from That's My Girl as they're at the half in 102 and 2. Going into the far turn, the new leader is Darling Please. Darling Please, though, is going to get some company once again as stablemate That's My Girl gets right back up on her back in 2nd. Break of 3.5 lengths going back to Sweet Ambitions in 3rd. Trotting 4th is Fuzzy Angel. 5th is YS Patricia. And then it's back to the final pair, Bailey's It Girl and Life in the Slammer. Going to 3/4. And the leader continues to be Darling Please. That middle half moved to the top, and she hits 3/4 in 131 and 4. Trotting a 3rd quarter in 29 and 2. So they're off the turn into the stretch. Rail opens up now for That's My Girl, and That's My Girl looks to trot strong by to reclaim the top spot, and she does just that. Here's That's My Girl reclaiming the lead from Darling Please. Sweet Ambitions far outside is Fuzzy Angel, and into 5th that's YS Patricia. 16th to go. That's My Girl. That's My Girl led the opening quarter. She's going to lead at the line. A little bit of steering trouble for Darling Please in 2nd. Fuzzy Angel 3rd. 4th will go to Sweet Ambitions, followed by YS Patricia, Life in the Slammer, and Bailey's It Girl. 2:01 flat, the time of the mile for That's My Girl.
.201 the win time in qualifier number 1 this morning for That's My Girl, the daughter of Guccio from the Cantab Hall mare West Hanover. $20,000 yearling purchase owned by the stable That's My Girl of Guelph. And That's My Girl, who did have that qualifier under her belt last week, where she finished 2nd and closed with 28 and 3 final quarter speed to just miss last week. Gets it done here this morning. And the stable, Mark, off to a very good start with their youngsters this season. We've seen them win a bunch of these qualifiers, and especially with the trotters.
Yeah, that is the case. And yesterday morning, they had a couple of victories, back-to-back efforts, sub 2 minutes for their 2-year-old trotters. On the male side here this morning, a nice start, and you saw they had a few in that qualifier there. I thought That's My Girl, a real professional, coming back through at the inside there to win that. Good move there in the second half. McDonald just had some steering issues with her in the stretch, but I'd say overall, nice performance there in the first qualifier. That's My Girl. $20,000 Hoosier yearling sale buy comes through.
Yeah, looking good, and looks like that one's ready to go at first asking, and it'll be interesting to see that one in the pari-mutuel debut, not far down the road, I'm sure. Well, Mark gets the changes, or the rundown, I should say, from Qualifier 1. We'll take a moment now, and we'll look at the upcoming OSS schedule. It seems like it's been forever, but we finally are getting ready to embark on the Ontario Sire Stakes season for 2020. Some changes to the program and a new component of the program this year, and one that's, I think, certainly welcomed by horse people all over the province. It's called the Prospect Series. So for those ones that just aren't quite good enough for the Grassroots or the Gold Series, obviously, the Prospect Series finds another spot for them, and some decent money on the line, and should make for some competitive racing. And we'll see the first set of those fillies going postward this Saturday as the OSS program for 2020 debuts at Hanover Raceway. This Saturday night, 3-year-old filly pacers in the Prospect Series to get it underway. We'll see Grassroots Series action for 3-year-old filly pacers on Friday, June 26th, right here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. And then on Sunday, June 28th, Georgian Downs welcomes the 3-year-old colt trotters for the first Gold Series event of the season. Welcoming you back to Woodbine Mohawk Park, getting a look at trotters making their way from the paddock here for qualifier number 2. We'll send it up to Mark now and see if he's got the rundown of the first, and we'll talk more about these youngsters in the second qualifier in just a moment.
Here's the order of finish from the first qualifier. Number 1, Darling Please was second. Number 2, Wise Patricia, fifth. Number 3, Bailey's It Girl, seventh. Number 4, Sweet Ambitions, fourth. Number 5, Fuzzy Angel, third. Number 6, Life in the Slammer, sixth. And number 7, That's My Girl, was the winner. Top to bottom, 257, 43, 61. Fractions were 31 and 3, 102 and 2, 131 and 4, 201 flat for the winner. Number 7, That's My Girl. Daughter of Guccio out of a Cantab Hall mare, Whisk Hanover. This is the 6th full out of that Cantab Hall mare. A $20,000 Hoosier yearling sale by, owned by the stable That's My Girl, trained by Anthony McDonald. James McDonald was in the sulky.
There's a look at the number 2 coming out for the second qualifier this morning. It's Trip Sevens. This one a daughter of Chapter 7 from the Yankee Glide mare. Make Her a Yankee. Blake McIntosh, Chris Christopher are going to team up on this one. One of 3 in this race, Mark, that is going to come back for a second qualifier. Rallied from 7 lengths out at the half last time to finish second, beaten a length and a half. 2:04 and 4 the time. And again, last week, we're kind of throwing out times to some extent, Mark, because of the weather conditions. And having said that, this one raced pretty well last week, but they'll be expecting, I think, Trip Sevens and some of the others in here, including that one, Philly Fringes, who's out for a second consecutive weekend, to step up their time a bit here this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you go back and look at last week's results, we talked about it throughout the broadcast that the time wasn't really going to be a true indicator of the performances necessarily. And it showed yesterday where several horses that had qualified last Friday that qualified yesterday on our qualifying races, they actually came back both came back, or a lot of them came back even quicker, faster, looked even better. So it was probably a learning experience for a lot of these, a bit of adversity. And, we're talking to trainers, they tell you that some of these horses will thrive when they finally do face that adversity. Some might fold. So we'll see how these ones come back this week, but better conditions for them. And trainer Blake McIntosh, his 2-year-olds have looked pretty good to this point. So I'd expect Trip Sevens likely going to get right out there and be right in the mix once again.
Philly Fringes for the stable.ca as they look for a second consecutive winner here this morning. One that did debut last week, did all the road work up front, finished third in that qualifier. Anthony McDonald, Amy McDonald team up with this daughter of Southwind Frank. An exciting new stallion, Ron Burke, a trainee who was a double millionaire in his career and one of the most exciting trotters that Burke has had in his barn over the years. So we'll see that one. And while we welcome the number 5 mark, makes the first start for the stable here in Qualifier 2 as the gate begins to roll.
Up next, qualifier number 2, scratch number 8, My Jazz. Leaves us with a field of 7. Here's the field. Number 1, Chow Baby Hall, is the daughter of Cash Hall out of a striking Sabra mare owned by Bob McIntosh Stables, Dave Boyle, Mardon Stables. Trained by Bob McIntosh. Trevor Henry will drive, a $45,000 Lexington Select Yearling Sale graduate. 2 is Trip Sevens, daughter of Chapter 7 out of a Yankee Glide mare. Owned by Steve Heimbecker, Blake McIntosh, Mortgage Boys Stable, and Michael Schaefer. Trained by Blake McIntosh, Chris Christopher drives, $67,000 Lexington Select purchase. 3-0 Solo Mio is a daughter of Cornero de Solo out of an Angus Hall mare. Owned by Emily Montour, trained and driven by Eddie Green. 4 Cassandra Cruz and a Cantab Hall filly out of a Here Comes Herbie mare. Owned by Menhammers to Terry A.B. Trained by John Bax, Matt Bax drives, $37,000 Lexington buy. 5 Where We Welcome is a daughter of Muscle Mass out of a Cadabra mare, $41,000 London Yearling Sale purchase. Owned by the stable Welcome Group. Mario Baerjean, trainer driver. 6 is Philly Fringes, daughter of Southwind Frank out of an Angus Hall mare. Trained by Amy McDonald. Anthony McDonald drives for the stable Philly Fringes, a $25,000 purchase as a yearling. And number 7, The Last Dance, is a daughter of Angus Hall out of a Federal Flex mare. Owned by David Jim King. Trained by Keith Jones. Mike Saftick will drive. Gate picking up speed, and here they come. And they're off and trotting here in qualifier number 2. Chow Baby Hall from the inside, splitting in the center. That is Where We Welcome and Philly Fringes. And there's Trip Sevens to get away in 4th. Followed by O Solo Mio at the inside, Cassandra Cruisin'. Outside of her is The Last Dance. As they go into the first turn, Philly Fringes working to the top here, and Philly Fringes will be the leader. On the outside is Trip Sevens, and Christopher will leave her out there and going to work her way now towards the lead. Opening quarter is going to be courtesy of Philly Fringes, 31 and 4. Moving into the backstretch. And the new leader now is Trip Sevens. So Trip Sevens will touch down on the lead as they enter the backside, and she is in control. Daughter of Chapter 7, second qualifier for her. Chris Christopher driving for trainer Blake McIntosh. They go past 3/8. Philly Fringes is in second, 2 lengths, then back to Where We Welcome in third. Trying to close the gap in 4th is Chow Baby Hall, followed by O Solo Mio, then Cassandra Cruisin', and at the rear of the field is The Last Dance. Trip Sevens goes past the midway point in 102 and 2. Racing now to the far turn. Trip Sevens the leader. Length and a half away and a couple taps to pick it up for Philly Fringes as she tries to track the leaders every move. Getting 2 lengths away now and being asked to pick it up as well as Where We Welcome in 3rd. 4th is Chow Baby Hall, then a break of 3.5 lengths to Solo Mio in 5th. 6th up as they go into the far turn, Cassandra Cruisin', and 7th is The Last Dance. 3/4 the next destination here for Trip Sevens, and Trip Sevens looks comfortable on the lead. Length and a half the advantage. Philly Fringes looks ready for a stretch bid. Angling is Chow Baby Hall off the rail. 132 and 2. 30 seconds even in the 3rd quarter. Into the stretch now. Trip Sevens confronted here by Philly Fringes. And now here comes Where We Welcome. Fed clear racetrack by Baerjean. And she's trotting up on the outside. Gets on even terms here with Trip Sevens. Trip Sevens at the inside. Where We Welcome pokes ahead up in front. Chow Baby Hall moves up into 3rd. They're coming towards the line. It'll be Where We Welcome to win. Trip Sevens was 2nd. Chow Baby Hall 3rd. 4th goes to Philly Fringes, followed by O Solo Mio, Cassandra Cruisin', and The Last Dance, 201 and 2.
The pace, Mario Baerjean, training and driving this daughter of Muscle Mass from the Cadabra Mare Noble Peace Prize, $41,000 yearling, 201 and 2, 59-second back half speed, and 3 of them across the track there. Mark, Trip Sevens, we talked about that one a little bit beforehand, a good second. And Chow Baby Hall, we had a preview show this past Wednesday. We had Bob McIntosher, the Double Hall of Famer, on the show. And he, of course, campaigned both the sire and the dam of this one, and I would think be fairly happy with that effort.
Yeah, he talked about how in the baby races, you want to see them trotting through the line well. You don't want them tired on the end of the mile. That didn't look to be the case. I thought Trevor Henry just with a nice job for this first timer, and the daughter of Cash Hall comes through the line nicely, finishing in third in this qualifier. I thought a real nice performance. We talked about trip sevens, maybe what to expect, and you could tell that based off last week's performance and already having that one under their belt, obviously Chris Christoffrey wanted to be up on the lead and didn't take a spot at the rail, just worked her way up to the top. Not a bad performance from her. She's going to give it up there in the lane, but Where We Welcome got the ground-saving trip there and shoots out by. And I think, once again, the stable coming through with another one. So just like yesterday where they started off the baby race session with 2 victories back-to-back, they do that once again here this morning.
They'd be wishing there's purse money on the line here in these qualifiers. But, yeah, it looks like they'll be ready to go when the purse money is available. And already with a stakes winner from earlier this week in Ohio. So a good start to the stable with the return of racing. We'll give Mark a moment there to get the finish order from qualifier number 2, and then we'll have a look at starters making their way to the track here for the third. Another group of trotters, field of 8 scheduled to go postward in this one, and we will have 4 of them making their second appearance. 4 of them were in action 1 week ago, and 4 of them making their career debut behind the starting gate this morning. A high-profile youngster in this group, number 4, Up and Ready, a daughter of Cadabra from the Yankee Glide mare Glide By, owned by Al Libfeld, the Marvin and Lynn Katz and Sam Goldband. John backs the trainer, Matt backs will drive, a $300,000 yearling purchase. A regally bred youngster who made a miscue last week in the qualifier, made a break at the halfway point and finished well back in 7th. So I'm sure the first order of business today is to mind the manners and get qualified and see what kind of talent level we are looking at with this one. Another high-profile individual, number 7, Decentra, a daughter of Muscle Mass from the promising catch mare, Descent No, and that makes this one a sibling to the $700,000 winner on a sunny day. The mare, Descent No, was a good one herself for the same connections here. Determination of Montreal, Quebec, and trainer Luc Blais. She made $135,000 in her racing career and has already produced the aforementioned On a Sunny Day and Champagne Jane, one that's closing in on $200,000 in career earnings. There's a look at Up and Ready, who we talked about a moment ago, just making her way to the racetrack for team backs. A little bit of pressure, I'm sure, with a $300,000 yearling in the barn. You certainly want to see good things right away from them, but that's what qualifiers are for, Mark. It's a learning process. Let's go back up to Mark now. I believe he's got that rundown from qualifier 2.
Here are the results from the second qualifier. Number 1, Xiao Baby Hall was 3rd. Number 2, Trip 7 2nd. Number 3, O Solo Mio 6th. Number 4, Cassandra Cruz in 5th. Number 5, Where We Welcome the winner. Number 6, Philly Fringe is 4th. Number 7, The Last Dance 7th. And number 8 was scratched. Top to bottom, 3, 2, 6, 5, 1, 4, 7, scratch. Fractions 31 and 4, 102 and 2. 132 and 2, 201 and 2 for the winner, number 5, Where We Welcome, daughter of Muscle Mass, out of the Cadabra Mare Nobel Peace Prize, owned by the stable Welcome Group, trained and driven by Mario Bayarjan. She was a $41,000 London yearling sale purchase, 5th full out of the Cadabra Mare Nobel Peace Prize, who is a daughter of the legendary Peaceful Way. Where We Welcome takes the second qualifier in 201 and 2.
So just about set to go here for qualifier number 3. As mentioned, some of these were in action a week ago, so we're going to get our second look at them. The number 1, Won My Heart Hanover, among those, as is the one we're just getting a look at now. Eglaire AM, another daughter of Southwind Frank from the credit winner mare Noblesse Blue Chip. The stable Eglaire AM group of Guelph will send this one out. It's going to be James McDonald picking up the drive here for Anthony. Fourth place finisher a week ago on that day where it was very windy and cool. Got away fifth and finished fourth. Raced pretty evenly, I would say, on that particular morning, so I'm sure they'll be looking for some improvement from that one today. And here's a look at another of the stables starters here in qualifier number 3, and they've already had a good morning, Mark. It's number 1, One My Heart Hanover, another one who was fourth last week in her first trip behind the gate.
Finished fourth, final quarter in 30 seconds even, which I'd say was a decent last quarter for any trotter last week during the qualifying session. See if the stable can maybe make it 3-4-3. Looking at this group, trying to find one that maybe sticks out to me on paper, even potentially based on some of their background. And we've already talked about the Matt Bax and John Bax teaming up with Up and Ready. She's regally bred. How about Cadillac Girl in here? I don't know if I've seen that one just yet. That'll be the number 6. There, she's out there now. Trevor Henry for trainer Isaac Waxman. We saw Waxman send out a rookie last week that really rolled, so we'll see if this one is ready to go. She's a daughter of Cadabra that they gave $40,000 for at the Lexington Select sale.
Gate beginning to move now for the third qualifier. It'll be 2-year-old trotting fillies once again. Scratch the 5, Tanzanite Tricks. Leaves us with a field of 7. Number 1, One My Heart Hanover, is a daughter of Sebastian K. out of an Inquirer mare, owned by the stable One My Heart Array Group, trained by Amy McDonald. Anthony McDonald drives. $19,000 Harrisburg purchase. 2 is Graceful Titan, a daughter of E.L. Titan, owned by David Smith, James Armand, Blake McIntosh, James Giannuzzi, trained by Blake McIntosh. Chris Christopher drives. $26,000 Lexington buy. 3 is Monkey's Paw, owned by Nicholas Malcolm, trained by Robert McKenzie. Jody Jameson drives, daughter of Royalty for Life. 4, Up and Ready, is a daughter of Cadabra, owned by Al Libfeld, Marvin and Lynn Katz, and Sam Goldvan, trained by John Bax. Matt Bax drives. Daughter of Cadabra was a $300,000 Lexington Select yearling sale purchase. 5 is out. 6 is Cadillac Girl, daughter of Cadabra, owned by Brenda Selwyn Waxman, trained by Isaac Waxman. Trevor Henry drives. $40,000 Lexington buy. 7 is Decentra, daughter of Muscle Mass, owned by Determination, trained by Luke Blay. Bob McClure drives. And number 8, I Glare AM, is a daughter of Southwind Frank, owned by the stable I Glare AM Group, trained by Anthony McDonald. James McDonald drives. $22,000 Lexington Select purchase. Starting gate rolling now for the third qualifier. Field of 7. 2-year-old trotting fillies lined up, picking up speed, and here they come. And they're off and trotting. Making a break at the beginning was Graceful Titan. Here from the middle, that is Up and Ready, who is shooting ahead. At the inside, One My Heart Hanover. And then getting away in third is Monkey's Paw, followed fourth by Cadillac Girl. 5th will be I Glare AM, then Decentra, and resetting after the break is Graceful Titan. They're going into the first bend, and Matt Bax puts Up and Ready to the front here, and Up and Ready, second qualifier for this daughter of Cadabra, and she's taking them to the opening quarter. Racing in second is One My Heart Hanover. The opening quarter was 32-1. So they'll move into the backstretch, and the leader, this is Up and Ready. $300,000 yearling purchase. But now the lead's going to change. One My Heart Hanover's out of the 2-hole and circling around just before 3/8. Rack in third, that is Monkey's Paw. Then racing in fourth is Cadillac Girl. Break of 2 lengths to Decentra in 5th. 6th, as they go up the backside, is I Glare AM. And then it's well back to the breaker, Graceful Titan, past the midway point. And the new leader is One My Heart Hanover at the half in 102-4. So One My Heart Hanover, who qualified last week, is leading this group of 7 into the final turn. Up and Ready, also in her second qualifier. She is trotting well as she's looking to get a little closer. She's only 3 lengths away. Then it's a break of nearly double digits back to Monkey's Paws. Getting underway from fourth now is Cadillac Girl. She's ready to make a move. And then it is Decentra, I Glare AM, and Graceful Titan. To 3/4 they go. And the lead at one point got out to probably about 4 lengths for One My Heart Hanover. But Up and Ready now has come back on. A 3/4 time was 1:32. So they did some trotting there in the third quarter, 29-1. On the outside, outside, up and ready. Digging in now, One My Heart Hanover. It'll be these two to decide it with an eighth of a mile to go. One My Heart Hanover at the inside, still with the advantage, but going on strong is Up and Ready now takes a short lead. Up and Ready coming by in deep stretch to win. Finishing second, One My Heart Hanover. Cadillac Girl was third. Good battle for fourth. That appears to go to I Glare AM over Descentra fifth. Sixth was Monkey's Paw, and Graceful Titan was seventh. 2:01 and 4 for Up and Ready.
Well, that should put a smile on the faces of Matt Bax and John Bax. Up and Ready, the $300,000 yearling that we talked at length about prior to this qualifier. Big rebound effort, made the break at the midway point last week, but no mistakes today. 2:01 and 4 with a 59-second back half to get it done. Good stretch battle with One My Heart Hanover. Big improvement from that one as well, who was fourth last week in the debut, and a bang-up second here this morning. 2:01 and 4, there it is, the win time. And again, the youngsters impressing Mark, maybe not as much with flashy times, but how professional for the most part the group has been, and we noticed that last weekend.
Looks like you're throwing to me there, Greg. Just have a tough time hearing you, but as we're looking back there on that third qualifier, Up and Ready. Talk about a good bounce back performance for this daughter of Cadabra. Anytime you make a break in that first qualifier, I have to think that the connections hope that it would, and that they could make an adjustment. I would say that's what they got. Up and Ready, come back on to win in 2 and 4. Good confidence boost. Daughter of Cadabra.
Absolutely. And as mentioned, the connections would have been looking for that improvement today, and they got it in spades. Big improvement in the weather as well. If you're watching last week, you know, my teeth were chattering sitting here. It's amazing what a difference a week does make, and we're playing under pretty much ideal conditions today. The sun is starting to peek through, and absolutely no wind to speak of. Want to remind you, if you are tuning in today on our various platforms, leave a comment for us. Let us know you're watching, where you're watching, or any thoughts you have on the broadcast or the group of youngsters that we're watching here this morning. 2-year-old fillies, both trotters and pacing in action this morning. So again, if you leave your comments for us, you're automatically entered for a random draw for a $250 Amazon gift card. A wonderful prize. And that's sponsored by our good friends at hoofbid.com, partnering with us both today and tomorrow morning on these COSA-TV broadcasts of the baby races from Woodbine Mohawk Park, beautiful Woodbine Mohawk Park in Campbellville, Ontario. Getting a look at them stepping out onto the track here for qualifier number 4. So wasting no time here, we're going to run through the first half of these qualifiers fairly quickly. Then there will be a break at the midway point, approximately 45 minutes. And then come back with the second half of the qualifying session. As mentioned, it's all fillies here this morning, both trotters and pacers, and we will get a look at the colts and geldings in action with 13 races here as we look ahead to tomorrow morning. Here in qualifier number 4, full field of 8 on the trot. It will be our final trotting event this morning. And before we get to that and have a look at the youngsters here, Mark has that rundown from qualifier 3.
Here's the order of finish from the third qualifier. Number 1, One My Heart Hanover was second. Number 2, Graceful Titan, 7th. Number 3, Monkey's Paw was 6th. Number 4, Up and Ready, the winner. Number 5 was Scratch. Number 6, Cadillac Girl, 3rd. Number 7, Descentra, 5th. And number 8, I Glare AM was 4th. 2, 7, 6, 1, Scratch, 3, 5, 4 is your order of finish. Fractions were 32 and 1, 102 and 4, 132, 201 and 4 for the winner. Number 4, Up and Ready, a daughter of Cadabra out of the Yankee Glide Miracle Lied by $300,000 Lexington Select Yearling Sale purchase. The dam is a 3/4 sister to the legendary Maven. Up and Ready is owned by Al Libfeld, Marvin and Lynn Katz, and Sam Goldban, trained by John Bax and driven to victory by Matt Bax.
So 3 qualifiers in the books this morning, and the 4th one is on deck, and many of the performers already out on track. In this group, we'll see the stable.ca represented by a pair of starters. Again, they've got the number 4, I'm a Lovely Lady, who was a winner last week in 202-1. James McDonald will do the driving. Jason McGinnis training this daughter of my MVP. The stable will send out Miss Meringue, the number 6 in the field. Miss Meringue made a miscue at the start a week ago in her debut effort. Will try and rebound like we saw from Up and Away back in qualifier number 3. Anthony McDonald training and driving this one. A daughter of Uncle Peter, the $1.2 million winner. A Grand Circuit performer from the Jimmy Takter stable and one of a powerful group he had racing during his 2-year-old and 3-year-old seasons. So Uncle Peter already making some noise in the stallion ranks, and we'll see if this one can rebound in the second start. A first foal from the Andover Hall mare, Top Tart, for the stable, who again send out 2 starters in this spot. Rick Zeron sends out the number 1, Edgewater. He trains and drives. Edgewater, a filly sired by Cadabra from the muscle mass mare Rustic Rosie. Just a handful of starts for her in her career, but one that was a well-bred youngster, a daughter of muscle mass, and this is her 3rd foal. Edgewater making the debut behind the starting gate here. Rick, Joe, and Johnny's stable all share ownership with James Walker of Port Perry and Écurie Danielle Plouffe. Getting a look at another one making its way out from the paddock Locaria location. And that is the number 4, I'm a Lovely Lady. We talked about her. James McDonald back on board. One of the impressive winners from a week ago, Mark, in qualifying action. 202-1 on that day, where there was a time allowance of 2 seconds because of the weather.
Yeah, that's the case. Lovely Lady getting that mile done. A nice performance. We'll see if it's another one for the stable. You talked a little bit about Edgewater. That was one that I was going to touch on, and you mentioned about the fact that the dam, Rustic Rosie, had the pedigree to be a potential star. She is a full sister to Riveting Rosie, who was a great standout here locally and had much success, making just under $1 million. So I'm curious to see how Edgewater performs here in this first qualifier. That's the one I've got circled here as the horses just finished their coming out onto the track for this fold.
Starting gates in position, and they'll be assembling behind the gate here in just a moment. Mark, if you can hear me better this time, what I was asking earlier was just your thoughts in general on the 2-year-olds we've seen in the first couple of weeks. A couple of races on the qualifying program yesterday, and I believe we've lost him, so I'm not going to throw back to him with the same question. I'll pose that to him later when we can get him back on board, but he will be standing by to call this upcoming 4th race. As mentioned, a field of 8 will go behind the starting gate in this one. So just recapping, in case you've just tuned in this morning, the first qualifier went to That's My Girl, a daughter of Guccio, the winner for the stable. She was second in the debut last week, just beaten, and comes back to win this morning in 201 in the opener. In qualifier number 2, it was Where We Welcome coming right back for the stable. This one making the debut behind the gate this morning. A $41,000 yearling purchase comes from just off the pace to score in 201 and 2. And the third qualifier just completed. The $300,000 yearling Up and Ready in her second qualifier was victorious. Well, it looks like we're just about set to go with the start of qualifier number 4. And if Mark can hear us, we'll throw it back up to him. He'll have the race call of race number 4 coming up in just a moment. picks up a drive here. Number 3, Tipsy and Dixie, was the last one out on the track. Muscle Mass filly sent out by the stable. And Harry Polton trains this one. So it looks like they're all on track and making their way toward the gate. Mark McKelvey with the call coming up next.
Starting gate beginning to move for the 4th qualifier. It'll be a field of 8 2-year-old trotting fillies. Robert Shepard drives 3, Tipsy and Dixie. Here's the field. Number 1 is Edgewater, daughter of Cadabra, out of a Muscle Mass mare owned by Rick, Joe, and Johnny Stable. James Walker, Acurie Daniel Plouffe, trained and driven by Rick Zeron. 2, Stonebridge Strong. It's a daughter of Muscle Mass out of a Yankee Glide mare, owned by Lee Hulan, trained by Paul Meegans, driven by Ryan Holiday, $20,000 London yearling sale purchase. 3, Tipsy and Dixie is a daughter of Muscle Mass out of an Angus Hall mare, owned by the stable Tipsy and Dixie, trained by Harry Polton. Robert Shepard will drive, $13,000 Lexington purchase. 4, I'm a Lovely Lady is a daughter of My MVP out of a Muscles Yankee mare, owned by the stable I'm a Lovely Lady, trained by Jason McGinnis. James McDonald drives, $14,000 Ohio yearling sale buy. 5 is Yoga Mouse. This is a Muscle Mass filly out of an Armbro Tropicana mare owned by Douglas McCarthy, trained by Keith Jones. Louis-Philippe Waugh drives, $25,000 yearling sale buy at Harrisburg. 6 is Miss Meringue, daughter of Uncle Peter of an Andover Hall mare owned by the stable Miss Meringue, trained and driven by Anthony McDonald, $60,000 Ohio buy. 7, Got the Touch is the daughter of Muscle Mass out of a Cadabra mare owned by Bob McIntosh Stables, CSX Stables, and Dave Boyle. Bob McIntosh trains, Trevor Henry drives. And 8 is Keystone Cecilia, daughter of Cantab Hall out of a Classic Photo mare owned by Robert Burgess, trained by Carmen Osiello. Jonathan Drury drives, a $30,000 Harrisburg buy. Gate picking up speed, and here they come. And they're off and trotting here in qualifier number 4. Tipsy and Dixie going to get the first call here as she'll move over to the pylons in front of a few rivals. Out in the center of the track is Miss Meringue, and at the inside, Edgewater holds her ground. Miss Meringue jumped it off. She's off stride. Into 3rd is I'm a Lovely Lady, settling in 4th, Keystone Cecilia, dropping in front of Stonebridge Strong, followed by Yoga Mouse, and the final one is Got the Touch. Opening quarter is coming up, and this one is going to be courtesy of Tipsy and Dixie. Debut qualifier here for the daughter of Muscle Mass. 30-3 is the opening split. They're moving into the backstretch, and Tipsy and Dixie is in control. Edgewater races in 2nd. Then it's a break of 3.5 lengths back to I'm a Lovely Lady in 3rd. Trotting 4th is Keystone Cecilia. 5th is Stonebridge Strong. 6th up the backstretch is Yoga Mouse. Then it's Got the Touch, and resetting after the early break is Miss Meringue. She is 8th as they head up towards the half. Tipsy and Dixie, the leader. In 2nd continues to be Edgewater, both of these in their debut qualifier, being followed in 3rd by I'm a Lovely Lady, who was a winner last week. 1:01.2, the half-mile clocking. Racing into the far turn, and it's Tipsy and Dixie, the leader. Edgewater 2nd. 3rd continues to be I'm a Lovely Lady. 4th is Keystone Cecilia. 5th, that is Stonebridge Strong. 6th is Yoga Mouse. 7th has Got the Touch, and Miss Meringue has caught back up after the break early on. This field looking good coming towards 3/4. They start to move near the back of the pack. Everybody ready to go for the stretch drive as they're going to be following Tipsy and Dixie into the lane, and she hits 3/4 in 1:32 even. Off the turn and into the stretch, Tipsy and Dixie. Now out of the 2-hole, here's Edgewater looking to shoot on by. Tipsy and Dixie, Edgewater on the outside. In behind, I'm a Lovely Lady looking for some clear racetrack. Then Keystone Cecilia and Stonebridge Strong. 1/8 of a mile to go. Tipsy and Dixie at the inside. Edgewater takes a short lead. Edgewater, I'm a Lovely Lady. She's got the clear racetrack now, and she's trotting well. Edgewater, though, strikes the front late, and Edgewater will win. I'm a Lovely Lady was 2nd. 3rd went to Tipsy and Dixie. Then it was Stonebridge Strong, followed by Keystone Cecilia, Got the Touch, Yoga Mouse, and Miss Meringue. 2 minutes and 3/5.
The quickest winner of the morning so far, Edgewater, the Cadabra filly, making her career debut this morning. 3rd foal from the Muscle Mass mare, Rustic Rosie, works out a good trip and has plenty of trot left in the lane and holds off a few rivals as well with that impressive 28-3 final quarter to stop the clock in 2 minutes and 3/5. So they're starting to lower that time, and again, a very professional looking group for the most part here this morning, and it looks like this one has a lot of potential. Cadabra, the beat goes on for him. Those reliable Ontario Stallions. We saw them last week on the pacing side, better than Cheddar. Of course, the veteran sports writer sent out 4 winners last weekend, and Cadabra here, he is still prominent again in these 2-year-old baby races, and he's got his first winning credit of the morning today. But a host of them right there at the end, so it's from what we've seen so far, a lot of parity among the 2-year-old trotters in qualifying action, both yesterday and again today. So it's nice to see, and it bodes well for what we can expect to see when they hit the races for pari-mutuel action, and of course in the Ontario Sire Stakes program, which we talked about off the top, is getting set to debut at a number of locales, and that is really welcome news as racing finally starts to ramp up here in the province of Ontario. A good night last night here at Woodbine Mohawk Park as well. While we have a moment, the second TSN broadcast of Racing Night Live, another wonderful production and a great show, and a big night in terms of handle last night for a Thursday program. 2.1 million put through the windows here at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and that is wonderful to see. We are going to switch gears with qualifier number 5 on deck, and our first pacing event of the morning, and it is scheduled to be a field of 8. There's a look at Re-Inspired, the number 1. He's Watching Filly from the mare Twin B Inspiring. She was a $150,000 winner. Her first foal, sent out by Isaac Waxman, who trains and will do the driving. Fit to Rule is the number 2, Royal Majesty filly from Fit and Fancy, a life sign mare that's produced a quartet of $100,000 winners, and Blake McIntosh trains. James McDonald will drive. It'll be the second qualifier for this filly, who finished 5th last week in the debut. We saw Sweet Coat just a moment ago, stepping onto the track. A roan filly. She'll be easy to pick out onto the racetrack. A daughter of Sweet Lou from the Art Major mare Song in a Major. She qualified last week as well for her trainer and driver and owner, Gino Toscani. Awesome Hill, the number 4, is a Sunshine Beach filly. And the mare Taxi Fair Hanover has produced a couple of $200,000 winners. Pretty good production record. Really good producing dam is Go for Best. She's the mother of the number 5 starter this morning, and his name is Good Night Moon. And there's a look at that one coming out for driver Rob Shepard, trainer Isabel Darvaux. That one, a daughter of Big Jim. Big Jim certainly has made an impact in the Ontario program in the last couple of years, and just starting to make more and more of a name for himself. Kind of flew under the radar the first couple of seasons, but hard to ignore him now as a real force in the Ontario Sire Stakes program. Captain's Maid, the number 6 in the field, is a daughter of Captain Treacherous from the Camluck mare Maid and Shade. That one a sister to a few good ones that certainly are well known at racing venues throughout North America. Shady City, a winner of almost $500,000, and here locally, Shades of Bay has been a top performer on the WAG circuit, a winner of over $300,000. So Captain's Maid has certainly pedigree potential on her side. Anthony McDonald will drive for trainer Harry Polton. 3rd last week in a qualifying effort, charted in 2:01 on that day. There's Trevor Henry on board 7. Best Head West for trainer Bob McIntosh. And Mark McKelvey, this is one of the horses that Bob spoke about on our preview show Wednesday night from Let's Head Out West. Lightly raced mare, but like a lot of Bob's homebreds, incredible pedigree, incredible families, and one that he's got high hopes for.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you continue to turn them out the way that he has with these horses, how's it not hard? It'd be pretty hard, I should say, not to get excited about what the potential could be for one of these. And you just go back through the family of Best Head Out West, and you see, when you see names like Somewhere in LA Delight, Sunny D, you got to have high hopes. And here's a daughter of Better's Delight that I think for sure, they go into the season with hopes that she'll be an OSS Gold filly, and who knows, the sky could be the limit. I think Bob was pretty reserved with his expectations, and naturally so. You don't want to get too ahead of yourself until you see them on the track for the first time.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it, Mark. He was, I think he's cautiously optimistic about his group this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think he likes a couple of them. He just didn't want to, come right out and tout them too highly, because he's been around long enough to know that you're not really sure until you see them behind the gate and facing other rivals. Well, the gate is rolling for qualifier number 5. Here's Mark with the description.
Fifth qualifier here on this Friday morning at Woodbine Mohawk Park. First look at 2-year-old pacing fillies. Number 1, Re-Inspired's a daughter of He's Watching, out of the Kamluk mare, owned by Tess Waxman, trained by Isaac Waxman. He'll also do the driving. 2 is Fit to Rule, a daughter of Royal Majesty, out of a Life Sign mare owned by Hut Racing Stable, Stuart McIntosh, Michael Lindley, and Blake McIntosh. Blake McIntosh trains, James McDonald drives. $20,000 London purchase. 3 is Sweet Coat. She's the daughter of Sweet Lou, out of an Art Major mare, owned, trained, and driven by Gino Toscani, a $20,000 Lexington purchase. 4 is Awesome Hill, a daughter of Sunshine Beach, out of a Better's Delight mare, owned and bred by Tom Hill. Dan Legacy trains, Bob McClure drives. 5 is Goodnight Moon, a daughter of Big Jim, out of a Cambest mare, owned by 1187422 Ontario Incorporated, trained by Isabel Darvaux. Robert Shepard drives, a $30,000 Harrisburg buy. 6 is Captain's Maid, a daughter of Captain Treacherous, out of a Kamluk mare, owned by the stable Captain's Maid, trained by Harry Polton. Anthony McDonald drives, $25,000 Lexington purchase. 7, Best Head Out West, daughter of Better's Delight, out of an Art Major mare, Robert McIntosh Stables, CSX Stables, Al McIntosh Holdings own, Bob McIntosh trains, Trevor Henry drives. And 8 is Needing Off the Grid, a daughter of Orwee Needy, out of a Western Hanover mare, owned by Kim and Dan Sargent. They're also the breeders. Blake McIntosh trains, and Doug McNair will drive. Two-year-old pacing fillies for qualifier number 5 at the start, and they are off. Sweet Code is going to shoot off well the wings of the gate there for Gino Toscani. From the far outside, Needing Off the Grid is going to be forwardly placed. Through the middle is Awesome Hill sliding up into 3rd. Dipping in behind, then we'll go to Fit to Rule. Captain's Maid. Outside is Best Head West. Inside, Re-Inspired, and the last one is Goodnight Moon. Into the first turn they go. Sweet Code has the lead, and here on the outside, Needing Off the Grid. Going to ignore the 2-hole spot and just move right up to the lead for McNair, 29-4 the opening quarter. So Needing Off the Grid touches down on the lead. It'll straighten out into the backstretch. Sweet Coat in second, break of 3 lengths, then to Awesome Hill in 3rd, followed in 4th by Fit to Rule. Racing 5th, that is Captain's Maid. Then it's 2 lengths going to Best Head West, followed by Re-Inspired, and Goodnight Moon is 8th in this field as they make their way towards the midway point. Needing Off the Grid, daughter of Warwee Needy, by a length and a half over the Sweet Lou filly. Sweet Coat, then a break of 2 lengths going back to Awesome Hill, the half 1 minute even. So that was 30-1 in the second quarter, just a tad slower than that opening split of 29-4. And now McNair lets Needing Off the Grid pick it up a little more. Here's Sweet Coat in second. Still 3rd is Awesome Hill. 4th, that is Fit to Rule under a tight hold, and she's got some cover to track as they go around the far turn. Inside is Captain's Maid. Here on the outside now, Re-Inspired has gained a couple spots. Then Best Head West, and angle to the outside is Goodnight Moon. 3 quarters coming up. Here on the outside is Awesome Hill, who's only a length and away from the leader, Needing Off the Grid in 129-3. 29-3 third quarter, they're into the stretch. Needing Off the Grid at the inside. Outside is Awesome Hill. Then Fit to Rule drifting out. Inside that is Sweet Coat. From the back now comes Goodnight Moon and Best Head West. Awesome Hill gets the lead. Goodnight Moon is making up ground. She's charging, and so too is Best Head Out West. Here's Best Head West on the outside, but Goodnight Moon's a length and a half ahead. It's Goodnight Moon to win. Awesome Hill held second over Best Head West. Then it was Captain's Maid 4th, followed by Needing Off the Grid, Fit to Rule, Sweet Coat, and Re-Inspired, 158-1.
Our first look at Pacers this morning, and I liked what I saw there. Some really impressive looking fillies, in my opinion. 58-1 the win time. I think they did it well within themselves. I think there's lots left in the tank from your top 2 or 3 there. And the winner looked very impressive. We talked about it. Big Jim. He's just, as time goes on here, Mark, making more and more of a name for himself, and especially with pacing mares. And this filly, it's the first time I've had a look at her. I liked what I saw from her.
Yeah, I would say so. When you're calling a race, especially in the baby race, you kind of have an idea where everybody is turning for home and who the players are probably going to be. You know, you don't want to ever rule anything out, but Goodnight Moon caught my eye there, and she was making up some big ground early on in the stretch, and pace is strong through the line for Robert Shepard. And, of course, he had a massive upset last night here at Woodbine Mohawk Park, a 99-1 winner, Shepard did, and he's won a few races here at Mohawk Park, racing a little more regularly since live racing has resumed. And there's an ownership group that's had success with some pacing fillies in the Ontario Sire Stakes in the past few years, and they got a nice one on their hands here in Goodnight Moon, one that they gave $30,000 for at Harrisburg, and she'll take the 5th qualifier in 158-1. I think we can probably turn our attention. Awesome Hill, she's a daughter of Sunshine Beach, finishes 2nd. Best Head West was coming on the outside there. We talked about her before the qualifier, and Greg, I'd imagine your sentiments are probably the same as mine, that was a good performance from her.
Yeah, very good. The other night when we talked to Bob, one thing that stood out for me, he talked about Trevor Henry doing a lot of driving for him. He said what he really liked was the fact that in qualifiers especially, Trevor likes to finish up with the bit in their mouth nice and strong at the end. I looked over to my right just as the horses crossed the wire, and that's exactly what I saw. This filly had a big bow in her neck. She had lots left on the end. So did the winner, in my opinion. She looked really impressive. Big, strong, nice gated filly, and that's an impressive group. So hopefully we're going to see more of that here in qualifier number 6 as we continue to roll along this morning. Again, 13 races in total today, and we're almost at the midway point. Qualifier 6 coming up here next, a field of 8 pacers once again. And we'll get a look at them coming out and talk more about them in a moment. But first of all, let's go back up to Mark for the complete finish order from Qualifier 5.
Qualifier number 5 results. Number 1, Re-Inspired, was 8th. Number 2, Fit to Rule, 6th. Number 3, Sweet Coat, 7th. Number 4, Awesome Hill, 2nd. Number 5, Goodnight Moon, the winner. Number 6, Captain's Maid, 4th. Number 7, Best Head West, 3rd. And number 8, Needing Off the Grid, was 5th. 8, 6, 7, 2, 1, 4, 3, 5. Fractions 29-4. A minute even. 129-3. 158-1 for the winner. Number 5, Goodnight Moon, a daughter of Big Jim out of a Cam Best mare, Go For Best. $30,000 Harrisburg buy. She's the 14th foal out of that Cam Best mare. Goodnight Moon is owned by 1187422 Ontario Incorporated, trained by Isabelle Darvaux and driven to victory by Robert Shepard.
So getting a look there at Ian Moore, who was also a special guest of ours on our preview show Wednesday night, and he talked glowingly about Andra Day. There's a look at her coming out onto the track. She was out for her first qualifier last week, and she was a winner. She's a daughter of Shadow Play, and she has the Shadow Play look. You can see it there. He stamps a lot of his offspring, and she was a winner impressively a week ago in 1:59. Again, that time maybe doesn't turn heads in and of itself, but when you consider the conditions a week ago and the 2-second variant, that time was solid, and it'll be interesting to see what she can follow up with today under much more enjoyable weather conditions this morning. Getting a look there at one of the final horses making her way out onto the track. Again, we're looking at 2-year-old filly pacers in this spot. Trevor Henry, Bob McIntosh team up again here with number 3, Ain't She Perfect, a Thinking Out Loud filly. Thinking Out Loud, of course, giving Bob his first Pepsi North America Cup victory. Breathtacular, the mare, has been a good producer, has thrown 4 $100,000 plus winners in her career, including the $288,000 winner. Rather swell. There's a look at the complete field. A little bit further outside on the gate, Lily Silk, the number 6, is interesting. A Captain Treacherous filly from the Western Hanover mare, Silky. Silky has been a tremendous broodmare. has produced 5 winners of more than $100,000, and among her offspring, Malicious, a career winner of $800,000 during his career. Anthony Beaton trains this one for owner Steve Heinbecker, Michael Guerrero, and Larry Maneri. There's a look at some of the information on Lily Silk, who will occupy post 6 in this good-looking field of 8, certainly on paper, as they move over to the backstretch and get ready to go here on what is a beautiful morning at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Temperature right now, I would say in the mid-20s, little to no wind to speak of, so really the polar opposite of a week ago, where it was around the 11 or 12 degree mark with high winds and a lot of dampness in the air. Teeth chattering weather, not the case here today. Gate rolling for qualifier 6. Once again, here's Mark.
2-year-old pacing fillies for the 6. Couple of driver notes. Number 2, ATM Treasure. The driver is Mike Saftik. 5, Sports Check, James McDonald. Here's the field. Number 1, Andra Day, is a daughter of Shadow Play out of an Art Major mare, owned by Let It Ride Stables, Bottom Line Racing, trained by Dr. Ian Moore. Bob McClure will drive. 2, ATM Treasurer, is a daughter of State Treasure out of a Camluck mare, owned, bred, trained by Janice Hubbard. Mike Saftik steers. 3, Ain't She Perfect, daughter of Thinking Out Loud of a No Pan Intended mare, owned by Robert McIntosh Stables, who also bred. Bob McIntosh trains. Trevor Henry will drive. Number 4, Sono Bello, is a He's Watching filly out of a sports writer mare, owned by Johnny Marvento and Joe Arcaro, trained by Victor Putty. Nick Stewart will drive. 5, Sports Check, a daughter of Sports Writer out of the Ponderosa mare, owned by Frugal Not Cheap Stable, trained by Blake McIntosh. James McDonald drives. $15,000 Lexington Select purchase. 6 is Lily Silk, a daughter of Captain Treacherous out of a Western Hanover mare, owned by Steve Heimbecker, Michael Guerrero, Larry Maneri, trained by Anthony Beaton. Jody Jameson drives. An $80,000 Lexington Select buy. 7, Game of Shadow. She's a daughter of Shadow Play out of a Camluck mare, owned by 1876472 Ontario and Louis Philippe Waugh. Richard Moreau trains. Waugh will drive. $21,000 London buy. And 8, the King's Queen, is a daughter of Sports Writer out of a Western Terror mare, owned by Harness Horsepower Incorporated. Also the breeders. Greg McNair trains. Doug McNair drives. That's your field of 8 for qualifier number 6. Starting gate picking up speed, and here they come. And they're off and pacing. Game of Shadows is shooting out of there well for Waugh, as he's going to send her out to the early lead. And with some good-looking stride, she is quickly to the top, on top by a pair. Lily Silk, who started from her left, is going to get away in second in front of Sports Check in third, followed by Andra Day in fourth. 5th into the first turn, that is Sono Bello, followed by ATM Treasurer. And then it's back to the final 2. We did have a breaker at the back. The King's Queen rolled off stride. Ain't She Perfect is 7th. Opening quarter, 29-2. So Game of Shadows. She's got a qualifier under her belt. This is our second look at this daughter of Shadow Play, and she is leading and looking strong as they go by 3/8. Lily Silk, debut qualifier for the daughter of Captain Treacherous, is in second. Sport Check, she's a daughter of Sports Writer, in third. The Shadow Play filly Andra Day is in fourth, followed 5th by the He's Watching filly Sono Bello. Then ATM Treasure, she's a daughter of State Treasure, she is 6th. And the final 2, looks like it was a miscue for Ain't She Perfect, who is going to join the King's Queen, who made a first turn break. The half was 58-2. So Game of Shadows, she's rolling along here. 29-2 in the first quarter. She goes 29 even in the second quarter, and she continues to look powerful on the lead. Second, that is Lily Silk, still 2.5 lengths away. Third is Sports Check. Fourth is Andra Day. Then it is Sono Bello and ATM Treasure. 3/4 time, 126-4. So turning for home off a 28-2 third quarter. Trying to close this one out is Game of Shadows, and she's had the look since the start. She might get confronted here late. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go. Jameson angling to the outside to give Lily Silk her racetrack to try and eat up, but she's still only up to the leader's wheel. It's Game of Shadows. Waugh not really asking her. She's looking great through the line. Game of Shadows to win. Lily Silk was second. Third appeared to go to Sports Check over Andra Day, followed by Sono Bello, ATM Treasurer, the King's Queens, and Ain't She Perfect. 154-2 for Game of Shadows.
Wow, 154-2, 56-second back half. a 27-3 final quarter, 27-2 final quarter to get it done on this occasion. So that's a big improvement in time. Finished third last week. A big improvement, certainly, not only in the time, obviously, Mark, but I think just the body language of the filly. That trip behind the gate last week obviously did her a world of good, and the connections would be ecstatic to see that kind of progression.
Oh, they have to be. Of course, Louis Philippe Roy was in the sulky and one of the co-owners on this filly, a daughter of Shadow Play. And the way that she looked off the wings of the gate, you knew they were ready to rock here today. But what I love to see is those progressively faster quarters each time, 29-2, 29, 28-2, and then kicks it home with a 27-3 final quarter. That's a real good-looking performance from Game of Shadows, and I think it speaks volumes to what we said about those that competed last week. You don't want to read anything into what you saw. It wasn't a bad-looking line, but it's nothing that jumps off the page at you. And here in take two, she knew exactly what she wanted to do, and a very good performance from this Richard Moreau trainee.
Absolutely. And, for Andra Day, who won last week, you might think at first glance maybe disappointing finishing fourth today, but she was lapped on the third place horse and in such a strong mile and lowering the speed that substantially. I'm sure the connections were happy. She finished up good and strong. And the runner-up, maybe a thought on her, Mark, a Captain Treacherous filly that we talked about from the great producing mare Silky. Looks like she's got another one that's going to be a stakes filly of some type.
Yeah, and you could hear it in my call, but when they turned into the stretch, Lily Silk, Jameson angles to the outside and gives her racetrack, and I said tries to eat it up, and the strides looked really good on her, and she was only getting to the leader's wheel, which just spoke volumes to the fact that the leader was pacing home as strong as she was. I think that's a real good performance. If you said first time out, you're going to go in your qualifier in 54 and a piece, I think Connections would be thrilled. So a really nice performance from Lily Silk. You can put a circle around a few of those from this qualifier because even in the stretch, it wasn't like the winner really got away from all of them. I thought these fillies really paced a good final quarter, and I think everyone's got to be pretty happy with that performance.
And last week, due to the weather primarily, there weren't really any performances that absolutely, had us in a jaw-dropping mode or really turned our heads. But we've seen a couple of those already this morning, and who knows what the back half of the morning session is going to bring here with 6 of them now in the books and 7 more pacing events set to go. So we've got starters out on the track warming up right now. So it looks like we are taking our break at this point in time, and then we will be back with 6 more a little bit later on. So thank you, Mark. We'll catch up with you here in a little while after the break, and we'll let you maybe get down and get a drink of water. It's pretty hot up there, I'm sure, today in the booth.
Teeth aren't chattering, that's for sure.
And we'll take a quick break here just before we do so, though. Let's pop up that OSS schedule again as we get excited about the return of the Ontario Sire Stakes for 2020. And a new series as part of that this year. It's called the Prospector Series, and that'll be our first stop. It's going to be at Hanover Raceway, and it comes up on a Saturday, this Saturday night, in fact, and it will be 3-year-old filly pacers in the first ever Prospect Series at Hanover. Hanover off to a great start to their season. Even without race fans, they're excited about things up there and doing a great job, and the numbers have been very good on the wagering side. So they welcome the Prospect Series this Saturday. On Friday, June 26th, right here at Woodbine Mohawk Park, our first look at 3-year-old filly pacers in the OSS Grassroots Series. And then the Gold Series kicks off on Sunday, June 28th, up the highway at Georgian Downs. 3-year-old colt trotters in action in that. So great to have the Ontario Sire Stakes for 2020 getting set to debut. Want to remind you, if you're watching today, make sure to leave us a comment. We'd love to hear from you. Comment, question, anything at all. And for those who do comment both today and tomorrow on the broadcast, we're going to be drawing one name at random. And thanks to hoofbid.com for sponsoring this giveaway. A $250 Amazon gift card. Wonderful prize. And again, just leave your comments for us for your chance to win that as well. So hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far this morning. Still plenty left to go. Let's take a Bit of a break here. We've got some feature content to pass your way, some commercial spots from our valued partners, and we'll be back with more coverage of today's baby races in just a little while.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
They're in the stretch of the Meadowlands pace. Dorso, Duro, Hanover, game first over. Courtly Choice off that cover has open road. Stay Hungry, full out on the outside in deep stretch. Courtly Choice inches clear. It's Courtly Choice, and the Buckeye Hall of Famer Dave Miller does it. Courtly Choice.
Well, when I was a kid, my dad had horses as a side part. We kept them at Dana Lloyd's place. So after school, I'd go out and help out and doing everything. And I was in university and I dropped out at Christmas and needed something to do. And I said to Dad, I'm going to go down to Windsor and race some horses, take some down. And he said, okay. He thought I'd be done in 3 months, be home and be back in school and go into insurance and do it with him. Well, 20 some years later, I'm here sitting, and we've done well, and I'm glad I did what I did. You couldn't have asked for a better place. We had stabling right on the track, and that's where I met Mark. Mark McDonald and I have been best friends for 20 some years, and we had a lot of good times, a lot of fun, and there's a lot of good guys down there. We started getting into younger horses, and getting into the babies really helped. We sort of found our niche that way. Claimers weren't in my game. I didn't do as good with claimers as I've done with the babies. And you start getting on a roll with the, a couple cheap ones here and there, and we paid $1,500, about 3 or 4 of them, and they went on to make $300,000-400,000. One was Bullet Point. She was our first big one. We paid $1,500 for her, and she made close to $700,000. And from there, it just, mushroomed into more and more and better and better. So we've got about a total of 75 horses in training. We've got 55 here, around 55, 56 here, and close to 20 in the States. Jessica Dose is my head trainer down there. Francis Dumichel is my head trainer up here. When I'm on the road, at either stable, those two are in charge. And, we've got mostly all the babies up here at this time of the year. So there's 43 babies this year, and they're all up here with me. Jess has most of the racehorses down there for the winter time, so that we're not, I can concentrate on the babies up here, and then I'll go down there every 2 to 3 weeks during the winter time to check on the racehorses and see how they are, and train the 3-year-olds that we have down there coming back. It's a big operation, and it's a lot of long days and a lot of frustrating days, but when stake season comes around, it seems to be all worth it right now.
It's level up. Courtly Choice. Dorsaduro Hanover with a rush. 3 of them across the track. Who's it going to be? It's Courtly Choice.
I think as a 2-year-old, we thought he could be a really nice horse. First time qualify, he qualified great. Training down, he was always a little lazy. Mike Pennington trained most of the time for me because Mike gets a little more out of the lazy ones than me. He was a big Mike was a big reason that horse made as much as he did. I'll give credit to the guys that work for me, the ones that take care of them. It was, once we got behind the gate, he bravened up a little more, and then, as a 2-year-old, he was sort of fumbly gated and wasn't as good gated as he was as a 3-year-old. And he really improved a lot from 2 to 3, but we could see that training back. He had set the track right as a 2-year-old and won some minor stakes, but we had paid him in all the major stakes as a 3-year-old because of his breeding, because he was Cheddar's brother and Ashley's big guy's brother, and we never gave up on him in that way. But as a 3-year-old training back, he was just a totally different horse. You could just see he had lost the laziness, and he wanted to do it more. I remember James coming out and training him one day, and he told everybody in the driver's room that Blake's got a 3-year-old coming back training great. And everybody's like, he'll just, when he gets to the races, he'll just be the same lazy horse, but he wasn't. And he just started, he turned into be just a dream horse for me, and something that I'll probably never achieve again, but, very happy with him. Going into it, we drew the rail. I remember just thinking, oh my God, this, we could win the jug. And then about 15 seconds into the elimination, I was just sick. Most people know I have a temper, and everybody probably thought I was throwing myself, but I wasn't. I was just like, are you kidding me? And I seen Dave get him back on stride, and then when he caught the field, I was like, well, we could make the final here, and we could be fourth, and Jess and I were standing beside each other, and so we could be fourth, and then you're sitting there, and he's moving up, and then all of a sudden it was a photo, coming to the wire of the elimination. You're like, holy Christ, we could have won that. And then there was the inquiry, and all the things that happened. We didn't know where we'd finish, and everybody told us that we were going to be placed first, and we were placed second in the elimination, which was probably better because we didn't get the rail again, which he could make a break off the rail again and would have been lost. And then in the final there, it was just you were just sitting there and you're just watching down the backside. I'm standing down at the gate there down the backside, and I see him drifting out like 3 wide, and it was Jason McGinnis and Kirby McGinnis beside me, and I was like, we're done, you're done. And then all of a sudden he just kept going, and you're like, oh my God, we could win, and you're just screaming, I'm an emotional person. I scream, and I was yelling and screaming and swearing. And then he got up, and you're just like, you hear Roger Houston say, and Courtly Choice is up, and you're like, oh my God, it was just biggest day of my life. We'd won the pace earlier in the year, don't get me wrong, pace was unbelievable, and that was a big high. But to win the jug, you're just sort of like, oh my God, we just won Little Brown Jug. And it's just, everybody being there was just so much fun, it's just great. The 4-year-old campaign, we were going to stud last year. When we got him to stud, his numbers weren't very good for breeding purposes. So he was originally, so we needed to geld him, not geld him, but remove the one ball that was up in the one testicle was up inside him. We decided to bring him back for next year and race him. So we raced him. Started out the year great. Win the first graduate. It was dominant. Dave said he's best he's ever been. He qualified great. We ship him back up here for the Confed Cup, and he doesn't make the final. Probably one of the biggest disappointments of my career. The Flammable Downs is right there. I grew up watching that race. I want to win that race more than anything I've ever wanted to win like other than North American Cup. I know it sounds stupid, but it's a local race. It's a race that I grew up watching. I want to win that race. And he didn't make the final. I remember driving out, and Leanne and I were watching the feed on my phone, and we lost out on the draw. We tried to figure out what was wrong with him. Didn't race well for a couple of weeks. We sent him back down the States, and he still wasn't himself. He was just sort of mediocre. And we came back up here for the pace, and we raced him twice in the Open, and he raced huge. 2 weeks in a row. You know, we just gave him a little time, and gave him a little breather, and you know, he won the Open 2 weeks in a row, and he was just a different horse. And going to the pace, I thought, you know, we have a good shot. And then down the backside, James had him out of position, and I'm like, what are you doing? I was like, are you kidding me? Like, we're not going to get a check. Top of the lane, he flipped him off cover, and he was gone. I was just, to win a big race at home is just special, especially with like one of my good friends, James McDonald. You know, I'm talking about Dave's a great friend too, but you know, and give James a big, you know, that was probably one of his career highlights too. And for us both to win it, and after Dave picked off for McWicked, it was just so, it was a relief, you know, like we could breathe because we expected this horse to be a top horse this year. And then after that, it was more disappointment for the year. It was an up and down season, but he'll throw in a good one here and there, and it was just a weird year for him. He's a great horse. He always came up big in the big races, it seemed like. He just, you know, he had some health issues last year, and we couldn't get him straightened out the whole year. You know, we'd get his blood one way right the 1 week, and then he'd drop back down, and it was just a fight all year with him, with his blood. You know, now he's at stud. His numbers are really good after we removed the testicle. He's breeding this year, and he's got, you know, a book around 80 mares, and you know, hopefully we'll keep going forward, and he'll become a good sire.
Hi, my name is Brad Padakidu, starting at the Western Fair as well as Hiawatha Horse Park in Sarnia and Clinton Raceway in the summer. I was training a stable of horses, and I just thought that maybe a little more financial security with a steady job, so that's how I went ahead and I wrote the starters exam and trained to become a starter. Ian Fleming was very valuable as like a liaison in that. I had talked to him about it, and then he said, well, there was definitely a need for starters. He didn't know how soon I would get an opportunity, but he said there's certainly a need of all the jobs at the racetracks, race secretaries and paddock judges as well. By still having horses and training horses, I'm aware of the expenses and all the sacrifices that it comes to having horses, the investment of time, the dedication. So I think that's the thing is, I know when I race a horse or whatever, you work on the horses all week, but that day is all built on the fact you're racing a horse. And I have a real sense of that. And now with the financial structure of the business and what it costs to keep a horse, I feel that that's probably one of the biggest pressures I feel, is make sure that everybody leaves feeling they got a good opportunity with their horse. There's a gentleman that steers the car, and we have a hand accelerator with a cable that is connected to the foot accelerator, so he can feel the accelerator going down. But from the moment the horses are picked up, the speeders work from the back of the car. We open and close the wings with I got a switch back here. So basically, ideally, you'd like to run it like a golf swing, where you just continually pick up speed and flow away from the horses. You don't want to come up to the start and then take off on them. You just want them to lead out on their front foot. So that's the thing is, that's where in which the consistency comes with the speed of the gait, and you just try and have the same rhythm and cadence. Obviously, you know, better courses may go at a little quicker rate, but if you have the same rhythm, it works the best. And as far as when I get here, just to check the lights and check the wings, and obviously make sure the horn and the speaker works. and obviously have a two-way radio with the judges and make sure I make radio contact with them before we begin the evening. We had one here about a month ago or whatever. We were just about to head down and get in position, and the racetrack lighting went out, and it was dark. Like, it was just a very fortunate set of circumstances that the lights went out. It'd probably give it another 20 seconds, and we're in motion with the horses behind the gate. It just timing's everything. And also, I've started races on foggy nights, and it's a little unnerving. You call them, and you can't see with maybe 25 feet, and you can hear them coming, and and then it's just basically they come out of the fog and they're there. So I think that, but after you've done it, you kind of get assimilated to it. But the first few times I did that, when you could hear them coming and you couldn't see them, was definitely, a challenge. We have time parameters, and so when post time's set, and then the horses post parade, and then we get in position in the backstretch, and we would be 2 minutes out from post there, so I give a 2-minute notice, and then the horses, this is where it's the consistency and the rhythm that the horses start to come into position, and then I'll say 30 seconds, and then they basically, they're well aware of what post position they have, but when you call them in, you say if there's any scratches or anything, if there's a horse that's a trailer that maybe according to the program is not normal, that would be trailing, you apprise them of any different information, and then basically, the lights are turned on and sound the horn, and when the wings open, that's the thing is, I'm not one for halfway around the turn, tell them to get up in position. They know what is expected of them, and I don't want to disturb the other horses that are right and ready. And but anyways, they have a very cooperative bunch, and basically that's the thing is, and then around the turn, it's all about just checking to see if anybody gets interfered with or broken equipment or all the criteria of a recall. The drivers would feel that I'm there to cooperate with them, and not on a power trip. It's just basically, give everybody the best opportunity to make a living. And I think the thing is that, everybody, if they all cooperate, that's the best scenario.
And welcome back. We are just taking a bit of a break here in between qualifying action this morning from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Glad you're watching with us on COSA-TV on our various social media platforms. Have a special guest joining us right now, driver Rob Shepard, and he teamed up with wife Isabel with Good Night Moon back in Qualifier 5 today. A daughter of Big Jim, Rob, that you said before we came on camera, the term you used to describe her was professional. Safe to say she was just that this morning?
Yeah, she did what I wanted. I just wanted to show her the gate and get around and get pace for home. And she's always been professional the whole way down too. So she was actually kind of a treat to train. So.
And does that go right back to even the braking process, just a natural from day one?
Yeah, it did actually. We thought she was going to be the worst because she kind of had that look in her eye, but she never, she did everything. She was easy to brake. She always was willing to go. Ever since we started going slow miles with her, she just never, she never ever seemed to do anything wrong. So.
Did you have a target in mind today as far as time?
Yeah, my plan was to go, try and go 58, 57, and I kind of didn't want to get her, I didn't want to leave out of there with her because I just don't want her to get too aggressive on me, and where I was sitting, I didn't know if I was going to achieve my time, but I know she's, training, she was always explosive off cover, and she just proved it today.
Yeah. And I'm sure she can go a lot more even at this stage, but what gear do you think you hit with her today?
She hit pretty good gears in the lane. I was a little nervous as she was pacing so fast, but I knew she always had like a wicked turn of foot, and for a big filly too, and she's always good gated, and I mean, she's just been that way from day one.
And finally, do you know what you're going to do with her here in the short term? Will you qualify again, or do you think she'll be going into race?
I think likely qualifier again. Maybe get a better mile, because when they first go into the race, they go a little quick. So I just want to make sure she's 100% ready, and everything's, all our ducks are in a row.
Yeah. And a quick thought on a trotter that you had out here yesterday, a baby that trotted in 2 minutes, finishing second. His name is Royal Tyrone, and had really good speed on the end of the mile.
Yeah, he was. That was a little scary. He was trotting so fast I didn't even want to move on him. But he's been the same way, like training down, for a trotting colt, and he's always just been so like, do whatever you want, like, and then 2 fingers, and just, he always wanted to go ahead whenever you asked him. And there was, I don't think we ever trained him where when you asked him, he didn't trot forward. But he's just, he kind of rounded into his own here in the last month or so, and he's a really nice colt.
Well, you've said about both of your horses this morning, they scared you with how fast they were going. That's a good problem to have.
Yeah, that's a very good problem. I just hope they keep scaring me.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Rob, and best of luck with the both of them.
All right, thank you.
All right, that's Rob Shepard, who saw him winning earlier today with Good Night Moon. And welcome back to Woodbine Mohawk Park. Another special guest joining us while we're on our break, getting set for qualifier number 7 coming up shortly from now. Louis-Philippe Roy with me, and he guided Game of Shadows to the quickest victory so far today, Louis, 54-2. First of all, was she fully extended doing that, or is there still a little bit more there to offer?
Well, she's competitive, so every time, like training down, every time a horse would come to her wheel, she never really wanted to let them go. She would even sometimes get mean, and that's actually what she did down the lane when Jody just went close to her. She just wanted to fight her, so it's hard to say if she was all out or not. But the weather here today is like perfect for speed, so I guess we're gonna see a lot of fast qualifiers in the second parts of the qualifiers too.
And last weekend, the weather vastly different. The miles, were certainly not going to turn heads. But she finished third in the debut last week. Talk about that effort. Did she do what you wanted her to do last week? And obviously, you knew she could step up this time.
Well, last week she was a little disappointing to me. She wasn't perfectly right, like not steering perfectly good. So I just made a few equipment changes with her during the week, and like training down, because I was taking care of her the whole winter at Richards. So I knew pretty much what talent she was. So last week, to me, she wasn't showing what talent she had.
And tell us about the ownership group as a whole, and you're part of the ownership, as you mentioned. And what was it about this filly that you liked about her as a youngster?
Yeah, we bought the 2 fillies. That's Adriano, Sorella, and I at London. And when we went there, we actually liked 3 horses, and we ended up buying all 3 those 2 fillies. And the other one, Adriano bought him. I didn't buy into a colt that we probably gonna see in the next couple of weeks, I guess. I think Blake McIntosh doing the training now for him. So I always really loved that filly at the sale, and during the winter she was a little bit. I wasn't even sure she was gonna race at 2 because she needed to mature a lot during the winter. She had a lot of time off, and finally this spring she just turned out, and now she's looking good.
And I was going to ask you, that'll be my last question. Training down, what sense did you have for her? Do you think you've got maybe a grassroots filly, a gold filly? And did her effort this morning, does that change any of that?
Yeah, well, like training down, it's hard to tell when you don't go that fast, but the only thing I could tell about her is her gait, how efficient it was. I never really sat behind a 2-year-old that was that efficient, so I always like that, but as long as you don't go quick miles, you don't know like how they're gonna react when they're put under pressure and everything. So I kind of don't want to get too much hopes, because you can get disappointed a lot. And still, even with that qualifier, that was like good qualifiers, but you don't know when they'll be asked to go with other fillies that gonna go 52 or times like this, like how she gonna react. So she sure has the ability to do it. We'll see in the next few weeks how she handles the pressure.
So far, so good with her. Continued good luck.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Louis-Philippe Roy joining us this morning. A busy qualifying session from Woodbine Mohawk Park, and he guided Game of Shadows, a filly that he co-owns, a shadow play filly, to a 154-2 sparkling win back in qualifier number 6. So we're just on our break right now, and we'll be back shortly with the second half of today's morning session. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on COSA-TV. And welcome back. You're watching coverage of the baby races from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Just about finished up with our break, and we've got another special guest. Glad James McDonald could take a minute to come on over and join us. James, great to have you with us. And you're busy today. You're driving a lot for Brother Anthony. So how does that work out? He comes here with a bunch, and are there ones that you've been up behind in the morning before now, or do you just kind of get the call from him? I've got you on this one today and this one tomorrow.
Well, I try and go with the good ones if I can, but he usually doesn't let me. But no, a lot of them, you know, I've been going with him throughout the winter and sat behind lots, so I kind of know them, and so I'll go with them, or you know, or he has something that he likes to go with that's in with it, so he'll message me, go with this one. So yeah, we're always back and forth talking about horses, so yeah, it makes it pretty easy to figure out.
Yeah. A good second earlier on the card with I'm a Lovely Lady, 2 minutes and 3. That was the fastest of the trotting qualifiers this morning. She was a good second, a winner a week ago, so it looks like she's ready to rock. Has she been kind of a natural all along?
Yeah, just slick gait. You know, she's never given us a problem all year training down. So last week was no surprise to me. She didn't break a sweat. You know, 2-2 in that real windy day. You know, she's not a real big filly, but she's real solid and great gait, great attitude. So today I just wanted to make sure I got a helmet with her, followed, make sure she was going the right way at the wire. I just looked her up. I see they charted her 27 and change on the end, and you know, I never pulled the plugs, never asked her. She's got lots in the tank, so hopefully when she'll be heading to Ohio soon, and hopefully she'll have a good summer down there.
And down there she'll race on different size tracks, some half-mile tracks among them. So that professionalism in the gate that you talked about would be a big weapon for her?
Oh yeah, I mean anyone that drives babies, you know, they always marvel at the ones that come out and they're just pros right from the get-go. And you know, she's 2 fingers behind the gate. She follows the helmet 2 fingers. I cut it with her the first week. She was 2 fingers. You know, it's just she'll do anything you want, and she's just more than happy to put out for you. So how good she is, I mean, you never know. She might just be a nice filly, but right now she's right where you'd want her, or ahead of the game for sure.
All right, and we'll get your assessment of a pacing filly we're going to see in Qualifier 8 this morning. Her name is A Better Game, daughter of Better Than Cheddar, one of 3 Better Than Cheddars that won here last weekend in qualifying action. Blake McIntosh trains. Maybe talk about her effort last week in winning, what you expect from her today.
Last week she was super. I mean, anyone that watched the qualifiers or even just looked the lines up could tell it was a horrific day here. It was windy, and I was telling Blake and Anthony the same thing. Like when you go with a racehorse and it's a big headwind like that down the lane, I mean, they'll go through it. They work hard, but they'll go through it. But a baby, I mean, they're starting to get a little tired, you know. And then you're asking them to pace into a gale force wind. You know, they just can't do it. So, and most of them really struggled last week. And this filly, she didn't seem to bother her at all. You know, I kind of let Ian coast up beside her just to give her some company, turning for home. When I asked her, she the wind stops them right up, but then when I asked her, she took right off again. So, you know, the time and the fractions might not wow anyone, but it's the way she did it, and then she was still live at the wire. So, you know, I'll kind of try the same thing, you know, kind of get her up near the front and hopefully can get a helmet to follow, and I expect her to really pace home hard.
And final question on this one, you know, with you driving her a couple of times now for Blake, and I'm sure you've been up behind her in the morning as well, what's your sense for where she's going to fit, at least initially? Do you think you're looking at a grassroots or a gold type filly?
Well, when Blake goes with so many, he's got a pretty good idea for them, you know. So when he tells me he thinks it's probably his best one or one of his best ones, then he's usually spot on. So, and he had said last week he thought this was his best filly or one of his best fillies, best Ontario bred maybe. So when she felt really nice to me, it was very little surprise. So yeah, I think Blake is at this point still hoping for a gold filly, and for me, I don't see any reason why she couldn't be or isn't. So she's just got to keep progressing like the rest of them, and that's where you know, they separate themselves this time of year. So hopefully she'll keep taking leaps and bounds forward.
Well, like everybody, I'm sure you were ultra excited to get back just to racing. Now, like everybody, excited for the stake season that lies ahead, finally ready to get underway. Thanks, James, and good luck the rest of the way today.
All right, thanks for having me, guys. Have a good day.
James McDonald, we'll see him with A Better Game and some other performers a little bit later in the back half of today's qualifying session. And we'll be getting ready to start with the second half momentarily. Again, you're watching coverage of the baby races from Woodbine Mohawk Park on COSA-TV. Welcome back to picturesque Woodbine Mohawk Park in Campbellville, Ontario. You could not ask for a better morning for qualifying action. Sunny skies, clear as a bell in the mid-20s, and wind a non-factor. So really the exact opposite of what we experienced a week ago. Mark McKelvey in the announcer's booth joining me again today, Mark. And your thoughts on the first half of the program? We certainly are seeing much faster times today than we did a week ago.
Yeah, it's 100% going to be a big improvement over last week, and I know we've harped on that point, but it's really something you have to take into consideration. You know, you listened in that interview during our break with driver James McDonald, and he talked about the difference between an older horse and a 2-year-old hitting that win that we saw last week. So it was adversity for a lot of them, but here today, those that competed for the most part have all bounced back with real good performances, and we've seen some nice debuts. But no doubt about it, to this point, the star of the morning was in our most recent qualifier, Game of Shadows, who just sizzled around our oval here at Woodbine Mohawk Park in 154 and 2, a shadow play filly. To me, that's the best performance we've seen, and you don't want to hang up on times, but it was how she did it. It was very impressive. So hopefully that sets the tone for what we're about to see in the back half of this morning's session.
Yeah, it's a fun time, right? Because the connections of these horses, they're trying to temper their excitement, and you could sense in Louis-Philippe Bois, a little bit of a smile on his face there, and he's like this filly all the way down, trying not to get too excited too early about the prospects for this one. And then you see other ones that certainly fit the same bill. Rob Shepard, we talked about him, and the comment from Rob with both of the trotter he raced yesterday and the pacer that he won with earlier today was that they both scared him with how fast they were going, and he didn't expect it. And again, a good problem to have. So we are just about set to get going with the back half of today's 13 race qualifying session for the 2-year-olds. Again, if you're just joining us, it's all fillies today, trotters and pacers. We had 4 trotting races to kick off today's 13 pack, and now well into the pacing divisions coming up next. It's Qualifier 7 on deck as we welcome you back. I want to remind you too, if you're watching it on our various social media platforms today, to be sure and leave a comment for us. From all of the comments collected both today and tomorrow, we are going to draw one name at random for a wonderful prize. Google Play and the Apple Store. Visit hoofbid.com for more details. Thank them for partnering with us on these baby races. And a big thank you again to COSA, Ontario Racing, and the Woodbine Entertainment Group. Getting a look at the starters making their way out for Qualifier 7. The Roan filly was the first one we saw. Her name is Steal Me a Treasure, a state treasurer filly. Trevor Henry will team up here with Vic Putty in this 8-horse field. Grace Hill, the number 6, will be the second look at her mark. Bob McClure driving. She missed by only a head last week. She paced one of the best last quarters of all the starters last weekend, 27-3 under those trying conditions. She's a daughter of Always Be Mickey from the great mare Western Silk.
Here and south of the border, so look.
And we apologize, just having some technical difficulties with Mark's audio, so we'll catch up with him in a moment. Again, he's joining us today from high atop the grandstand here at Woodbine Mohawk Park in the announcer's booth. He is co-hosting and calling the action for us this afternoon as well. There's a look at the complete field of 8. As mentioned, Grace Hill, the number 6, the Always Be Mickey mare from Western Silk. She the winner of $1.7 million in her career, and scored victories in her 3-year-old season in both the Fan Hanover and the prestigious Chuggette from Delaware, Ohio, and has already produced a good one in Annie Hill, a winner of $200,000. $75,000 yearling purchase. I thought looked tremendous last week. She didn't win her qualifier, but as good as she could have looked in finishing second. And if there's one that I could see stepping up and doing something a little bit special today, I get the sense she could be that one. I think we've got Mark back on the line. Mark, back up to you with your thoughts and your overview here on the 7th.
This 7th qualifier. I can tell you that numbers 2 and 5, So Admiral and Cut the Line have been scratched. So it'll be a field of 6 for this 7th qualifier. And I'm just like you. I agree. I got some interest in a few of these. 75,000 for Grace Hill.
Only as good as your internet feed, unfortunately. So we'll get that. We will get that sorted out with Mark. But the good news is his audio is working well to call the action here this morning. So it looks like they're getting ready to move in behind the gate for the 7th. So we will leave it to Mark for the call of today's 7th qualifying event.
Here at Woodbine Park. Scratch number 2, So Admirable. Scratch number 5, Cut the Line. Here is the field. Number 1, Steal Me a Treasure, is a daughter of State Treasurer out of a Mach 3 mare owned by Lloyd Stone, Victor Putty, Michael Horwood, and 104-62217 Canada Incorporated, trained by Victor Putty. Trevor Henry will drive, a $31,000 London yearling sale purchase. Number 2 is scratch number 3, Diamonds Are Twine, a Better Than Cheddar filly out of an Arts Place mare owned by Yolanda Fellows, Blair Corbeil, and Arpad Zabo, trained by Rob Fellows. Louis Philippe Watt drives, an $11,000 Lexington buy. 4, Sports Drink, Sports Rider filly out of a Badlands Hanover mare owned by Catherine McClure and Ruth Hasty, trained by George McClure. Robert Shepard is in the sulky. 5 is out. 6 is Grace Hill, Always Be Mickey filly out of a Western Terror mare owned by Tom Hill, trained by Dan Legacy. Bob McClure will drive, a $75,000 Lexington purchase. Number 7, Sarone Sealster, is a State Treasurer filly out of a Shadow Play mare owned by Nancy Moore and Michael Goldberg, along with Tyler Moore, who will drive. Dr. Ian Moore trains. Here's a $15,000 London Selected yearling sale buy. And number 8, Smile It's Friday, is a Sports Rider filly out of a Grin from Ear to Ear mare owned by William McKay and David Serwatic, trained by Blake McIntosh, Doug McNair in the sulky. Gate picking up speed here for qualifier number 7. Field of 6, 2-year-old pacing fillies coming to the start. And they're off and pacing, ready to rock. Right from the word go was Grace Hill as she strides out to the early lead. Sarone Sealster is moving up there second, and from the outside, Smile It's Friday into third. So the outside 3, the quickest away. The inside 3 at the time being at the rail, it is Steal Me a Treasure. And then going to drop in behind that one will be Diamonds Are Twine, and Sports Drink gets away 6. Around the first turn they go, and Grace Hill is the leader for Bob McClure. Grace Hill, second qualifier for this daughter of Always Be Mickey, and she has passed the opening panel in 29 seconds flat. Moving up into the backstretch, and here's Grace Hill on top by nearly 2 lengths. Sarone Sealster, also the second qualifier for her. She's racing second. Smile It's Friday. She's got experience as well. Second cue for this daughter of Sports Rider. She is in third, and then it's back to Steal Me a Treasure, followed by Diamonds Are Twine and Sports Drink. So the last 3 are the 3 all making their qualifying debut here this morning. Coming up to the half off a 29-second opener, and the midway point is reached in 58 and 4. 29 and 4 seconds split here for Grace Hill. Grace Hill going into the far turn, $75,000 graduate. She is leading comfortably for McClure, and the lead starts to grow a little bit as they go by 5/8. It's now out to 2.5 lengths. Sarone Sealster in second. Smile It's Friday stays on the wood third, ready to tip to the outside fourth. That is Steal Me a Treasure, followed by Diamonds Are Twine and Sports Drink. The lead is stretched out to 4 here at 3/4 in 1:27 and 3. This is Grace Hill. She swings them into the stretch, and Grace Hill is looking to storm on home, looking for a qualifying qualifying victory. She went out 28-4 third quarter, and her lead grows out to about 8 lengths. Less than an eighth to go now. It's all Grace Hill. Steal Me a Treasure works up into second. Here's Diamonds Are Twine on the outside, pacing well, but at the edge of the tote board, it's all Grace Hill to win. Grace Hill will take it. Diamonds Are Twine was second, Steal Me a Treasure third. Then it was Sports Drink, followed by Smile It's Friday, and Sarone Sealster, 154-4 for Grace Hill.
As we anticipated, a big step up today for Grace Hill. Not that she didn't race well last weekend, but certainly lowered her time substantially today. She had that 27-3 final quarter a week ago, and as we've mentioned several times, that was ultra impressive considering the conditions last weekend. So today, not surprising to see her kick home in 27-1, polishing off that 54-4 mile. And I love getting that low pan run out shot, Mark, well after the finish, and I love seeing them pacing nice and strong at that point as well.
Yeah, for sure. Grace Hill, she looked great coming through the stretch there to get the victory in 154-4. Final quarter, 27-1. You saw the strides at the top of the stretch, and I just loved how she started to just reach for more racetrack coming around that final turn. The half got clicked there, and then McClure just sitting comfy in the bike for the back half. Real strong performance, and I think, too, to go back and look at those that were second and third in that qualifier and fourth, those were the other three that were all making their qualifying debut. So I think for those three, maybe a week behind Grace Hill, who was definitely ready to rock, but I think those other three all had a real nice performance. Diamonds Are Twine, Steal Me a Treasure, and Sports Drink.
And always fun to look at an offspring of a pair of world champions. That one by Always Be Mickey, as we mentioned, from Western Silk. So you're looking, you're watching the horse, you're trying to see if you see any similarities between the parents, and you know what, it maybe sounds a little cliche, but in watching that one coming to the wire here, especially up fairly close to the action, I could see a little bit of both in her, and that's good to see, because if you can blend the best attributes from a pair of world champions, you're probably going to get another champion type filly. And great start to her career so far. She looks the part. So we have seen a number of very impressive efforts to this point in the morning, and Grace Hill adds her name to that list. 154-4 again, the win time, kicking home at 27-1 to win it. Here in qualifier number 8, we've got a field of 8 getting set to go, and they're heading out to the racetrack as we speak. So we're getting a nice up-close look at some of these youngsters as they make their way out. There's Chris Christoforou getting ready to take the lines of Chief's Dream Girl, the number 4. Nice, big, good-looking daughter of Sunshine Beach from the Western Ideal mare, Today's Your Lucky Day. In here, we're going to see Lady Arthur returning for Ian Moore. This one, a daughter of Arthur Bluechip, former Ian Moore pupil. And she was a winner by 5.5 a week ago in 59-4. She meets up with a Better Game. A Better Game, also a winner last week in 59-3. So really interesting to watch this one, Mark, where we see a pair of winners from a week ago square off, and we'll see which one of those comes out on top today, or if someone else is going to step up and get our attention. But before that, Mark has the complete rundown from Qualifier 7.
Here's the order of finish from the 7th qualifier. Number 1, Steal Me a Treasure was 3rd. Number 2 was Scratch. Number 3, Diamonds Are Twine, 2nd. Number 4, Sports Drink, 4th. Number 5 was Scratch. Number 6, Grace Hill, the winner. Number 7, Sarone Sealster, 6th. And number 8, Smile It's Friday, was 5th. Here's top to bottom order. 3, Scratch 2-4, Scratch 165. Fractions were 29, 58-4, 127-3, 154-4 for the winner. Number 6, Grace Hill, a daughter of Always Be Mickey, out of the Western Terrier mare Western Silk. Western Silk, a winner of $1.7 million. This is the 4th foal from Western Silk, a $75,000 yearling purchase owned by Tom Hill, trained by Dan Legacy, driven to victory by Bob McClure.
And a look there at number 6, Virtual Success, hitting the racetrack, Better Than Cheddar filly from the Arts Place mare Streisand's Place. Going to be our first look at this one. Rob Fellows does the training. Louis-Philippe Roy, already with a winner this morning. He'll be looking for another one here with this $20,000 yearling purchase, who is from a dam who's already produced 4 winners of $100,000 or more in her career. And Better Than Cheddar, Mark, he made a lot of noise last week during our qualifying session with 3 winners on that docket. And I think, his horses are going to be prominent here in the last few races we see today.
Yeah, that is the case. You want to watch to see how those ones come back. Better Than Cheddar is a stallion that we talked about last week, who's made some noise, very consistent now, coming out with a lot of good-looking youngsters that have been able to carry that on. So we'll see if that can continue over here. Well, I'll be watching in this qualifier for sure. I'm going to be looking at number 8, Turning the Table from the outside. Here's one that was a $17,000 yearling by Jody Jamieson driving. Here's one I'm interested to see, mostly from the fact that, again, 7th foal out of an Arts Place mare. This is a half to Table Talk, who I remember was a speedy filly that won an elimination of the Fan Hanover here. So be curious to see what we get from Turning the Table from the outside here in the 8th qualifier.
That's right, and another good sibling was Sing Like an Angel, $363,000
Starting gate beginning to
so
roll
I
for
agree.
qualifier
Had a great
number
potential
8.
there.
Looks like we'll scratch the 2 here. That is bottom of the 9th. Leaves us with a field of 7. Number 1, A Better Game, is a Better Than Cheddar filly out of the Ponderosa Mare She's Game, owned by Hut Racing Stable, Blake McIntosh, John Nislek, and Ridgeway Racing, trained by Blake McIntosh. James McDonald drives. 2 is out, 3 Spell Check Hanover, a Captain Treacherous filly out of a Well-Said Mare, owned by Greg McNair, Ross Holmes, and Shaw's Creek Stable, trained by Greg McNair, Doug McNair, and the Sulky. This was a $50,000 Harrisburg buy. 4, Chief's Dream Girl, Sunshine Beach filly out of a Western Ideal Mare, owned by High Stakes Incorporated and LSC Stables, trained by Jacques Moiseyev, Chris Christoforou. 5, Lady Arthur, an Arthur Blue Chip filly out of a Mach 3 mare, owned by Dr. Ian Moore, RG McGroup Limited, Serge Savard, trained by Dr. Ian Moore. Bob McClure will drive. 6, Virtual Success, a Better Than Cheddar filly out of an Arts Place mare, owned by Yolanda Fellows, Blair Corbeil, and Arpad Zabo, trained by Rob Fellows, Louis-Philippe Roy, and the Sulky. This was a $20,000 Lexington purchase. 7, Bet You Love Me. This is a Better Than Cheddar filly. She's out of a Western Hanover mare, owned by Rebecca Williamson and Connie McTaggart, trained by Jeffrey Williamson. Jay Harris drives, a $12,000 London buy. 8, Turning the Table, a Better's Delight filly out of an Arts Place mare, owned by Larry Maneri, trained by Anthony Beaton. Jody Jamieson drives, a $17,000 Lexington purchase. Starting gate picking up speed for qualifier 8. Pacing fillies, here they come. They're off and pacing. Outside starters looking to their left to see where the speed's going to come from, but there is Turning the Table ready to go. Turning the Table will stride out from the outside. In the middle is Lady Arthur at the rail. That is A Better Game. Then it is Chief's Dream Girl. Looking to settle in will be Bet You Love Me in front of, as they go into the bend, Spell Check Hanover. And then the last one, as they make their way to the opening quarter, is Virtual Success. Lady Arthur wants the lead. Opening quarter, 28-4. 28-4 opener here, and Lady Arthur now gets to the top. So Turning the Table had the good beginning off the wings of the gate, but now races in second. Lady Arthur, she's rolling up the backstretch here, on top by 5. Turning the Table in second. A Better Game racing third. Then in fourth, as they make their way towards the midway point, is Chief's Dream Girl, followed fifth by Bet You Love Me. Turning the Table is still in second there, by 5 lengths behind Lady Arthur, who hit the half in 58-3. We'll check in with the final 2 as they enter the far turn. That is Spell Check Hanover and Virtual Success. Past 5/8 they go. It's been Lady Arthur in control since the opening quarter. Getting tighter, though, in second. Turning the Table, she is inching in with each stride. Third, A Better Game. 2 lengths back then to Chief's Dream Girl. On the outside, advancing now, Bet You Love Me. followed by Spell Check Hanover Virtual Success, 128-4 for 3/4. They're into the lane. Lady Arthur trying to kick on home. In behind at the rail is turning the table. Here now comes A Better Game, and on the outside, that is Bet You Love Me. A Better Game is getting up there quickly now, but she went off stride. A Better Game made a break. Inside Lady Arthur, outside now Bet You Love Me comes on, and Bet You Love Me sweeps up to win. Lady Arthur was second. Virtual Success, a great last quarter, was third. Then it was Turning the Table, followed by Chief's Dream Girl, Spell Check Hanover, and A Better Game, 156-1.
So an impressive off-the-pace rally gets Bet You Love Me to the winner's circle in 156-1, 27-3 kicker on the end for this daughter of Better Than Cheddar from the Western Hanover mare Winback Isabella. Rebecca Williamson and Connie McTaggart share ownership. This is a Winback farm bred who, it's interesting, she made a miscue in her first qualifier last week, rebounds nicely today. A Better Game. Conversely, a winner last week, and then makes the late break in stride here today. And hard to say, was coming out of the hole, maybe just overpaced herself a little bit, but back to the drawing board with that one, and it'll be interesting to see. She's the other daughter of Better Than Cheddar. Lady Arthur finishing second, does a bit of the road work there, and just picked off in the final strides in that strong final quarter. So she's had two good qualifiers now in preparation for her pari-mutuel debut. So Better Than Cheddar, he's really been prominent the last couple of weeks, and here he is with yet another one, stepping up and winning impressively. And boy, that's the way you love to finish up a mile mark. Another strong 27-3 final quarter in winning.
Yeah, if you can catch me there, Greg, that is the good last quarter from Bet You Love Me, who we probably didn't give any attention to last week. Of course, made a break going to 3/4 in that qualifier, but comes through for the victory. Jay Harris, Jeffrey Williamson, Lady Arthur, who tried to do it on the front end here. She really got rolling there when McClure put her around to the top, straighten out into the backstretch. A Better Game, I'm not sure, just caught you there at the last second, but I'm not sure if you touched on her. That's looking like it was going to be a real good last quarter for her, just to power on by for the win, and she ends up going off stride. So that's a tough one there for those connections, because she was looking for a second consecutive qualifying win.
Yeah, interesting. And I was just talking about the fact that she wins last week, makes a miscue today. Opposite scenario for the winner this afternoon. Both daughters of Better Than Cheddar, and we've been talking about him as well. So Mark McKelvey joining us today. He's much busier than I am upstairs. He's got to try and get changes on the fly. He's got to try and pick up horses coming out and seeing who's scratched and who's still in. Driver changes, call the action, and then chip in with some commentary with me as well, doing a great job once again here this afternoon. So we're up to qualifier 9 of 13. I want to remind you, we'll be back again tomorrow. COSA-TV will be back with live coverage of the baby races tomorrow again at 9:30. Where the Colts and Geldings will take center stage. 11 races in total, a mix of trotters and pacers on tomorrow morning's program. Here's a look at the fillies making their way out of the paddock for qualifier number 9. A field of 8 square off in this one. Getting a look there at number 7, Best Keepsake. Going to be our first look at this one. She's also a daughter of Better Than Cheddar. Anthony Beaton co-owns with Dave Mercer of Sydney, a numbered company of Alberta, and Mike Lindley here in Chatham, Ontario. Anthony does the training. Sylvain Filion will get the driving assignment on this $30,000 yearling purchase. The mare, Kelly's Keepsake. She was a great pacing mare herself, a winner of more than $500,000, and a pretty decent producer so far. No home run horses, but a lot of good raceway horses produced by her so far. Getting a look there at 6, Ariana Grandeo will be in action for the second time. She was 5th last week in her first qualifying attempt. So before we get a look at them lining up behind the gate for the 9th, we'll get you up to date on the rundown from race 8. Once again, here's Mark.
Order of finish from qualifier number 8. Number Better Game was 7th. Number 2 was Scratched. Number 3, Spellcheck Hanover 6th. Number 4, Chiefs Dream Girl 5th. Number 5, Lady Arthur 2nd. Number 6, Virtual Success 3rd. Number 7, Bet You the winner. And number 8, Turning the Table was 4th. Top to bottom, 7, Scratch, 6, 5, 2, 3, 1, 4. Fractions were 28 and 4, 58 and 3, 124, 156 and 1 for the winner. Number 7, Bet You Love Me. Bet You Love Me was a $12,000 London selected yearling sale purchase. She's a daughter of Better Than Cheddar out of the Western Hanover mare, Winback Isabella. 9th foal from that Western Hanover mare. She's owned by Rebecca Williamson and Connie McTaggart, trained by Jeffrey Williamson and driven to victory by Jay Harris. 156 and 1.
Couple of more to look at. Making their way from the paddock. Number 3, Kim, is the daughter of He's Watching for Ian Moore and Trevor Henry. As we get another look at the field page, 8 of them to line up. Wasaga was the last one we saw. Another daughter of He's Watching from the Grin Premier to Ear Mare, the Big Scoop. Les Posen of Brantford, the breeder, also the owner, and does the training on this one. So there it is. And French Shaker number 2 is one that I'm interested in watching here, Mark. Decent pedigree on this one. The mare, My Little Artist, has been a solid producer so far. A daughter of Better's Delight, Chantel Mitchell. Hoping Lightning can strike twice there. Of course, she's getting excited about the return of Allie Corn to racing action this year. And based on what we saw last week in the first qualifier from this one, a filly that's got a lot of potential as well.
Yeah, 28-2 final quarter, finished second in her qualifier. You know, for these connections, yesterday had to be a great day because Alicorn looked fantastic, winning in 152-2, a 26-4 final quarter. That's got her real ready to rock for the first OSS Gold event, which will happen a week Monday here at Mohawk Park. So we'll see if they got another special one on their hands here. Didn't get a good look at the size of this one. It was kind of noted that Alicorn, not the biggest filly last year. See what French Shaker has to offer. She's a daughter as well. Better's Delight as the starting gate begins to roll here for the 9th.
Starting gate rolling for qualifier number 9. James McDonald drives 6, Ariana Grandeo. Number 1, Cooler Than Colby, is a Better Than Cheddar filly out of a Dragon Again mare owned by Rebecca Williamson and Connie McTaggart, trained by Jeffrey Williamson. Jay Harris drives. $8,000 London yearling sale buy. 2, French Shaker, is a Better's Delight filly out of the Real Artist mare. Windermere Stable LLC, Robert Mascara, William Racchetti, and Tanya Racchetti share ownership. Chantel Mitchell trains. Louis-Philippe Bois drives. $22,000 Harrisburg buy. 3 is Kim. She's a daughter of He's Watching out of a 4-star Shark mare owned by Wilma and James McKenzie, trained by Dr. Ian Moore. Trevor Henry drives. $19,000 Harrisburg buy. 4, Sunshine Nelly, is a Sunshine Beach filly out of a Wellstead mare owned by Dan Legacy. He trains. Bob McClure drives. $13,000 Harrisburg purchase. 5 is Stormy Place, Captain Treacherous filly out of a Rock and Roll Hanover mare owned by Ross Holmes, Shaw's Creek Stable, and Dave Hudson. Greg McNair trains. Doug McNair drives. $50,000 Harrisburg buy. 6 is Ariana Grandeo, a Roll with Joe filly out of a Western Hanover mare owned by 30 Plus Stable and Blake McIntosh. McIntosh trains. James McDonald in the bike. $31,000 Lexington buy. 7 is Best Kept Seek, Better Than Cheddar filly out of a Sports Master mare owned by Anthony Beaton and David Mercer, along with a number to Alberta Incorporated and Michael Lindley. Anthony Beaton trains. Sylvan Filion drives. $30,000 Harrisburg buy. And the 8 is Wasaga. He's Watching filly out of a Grin Premier to Ear mare. Les Posen is the owner, trainer, breeder. Jody Jameson in the sulky. Pacing fillies sent on their way for the 9th qualifier, and the first call will go to Sunshine Nelly and Bob McClure as they stride out to the top. Here is Ariana Grandeo, caught 3 wide going into the first turn. Kim is powering through in the middle for Henry. Rail starter Cooler Than Colby gets away in 3rd, as settling in 4th now is Ariana Grandeo. In front of French Shaker 5th, 6th is Best Keepsake. Then on the outside is Wasaga, who's going to look to move up a spot, and the trailer is Stormy Place. The opening quarter was 28-4. They move into the backstretch, and it's a loose lead of 3 lengths here for Sunshine Nelly. Sunshine Nelly is on top. Second qualifier here for this daughter, Sunshine Beach. She made a break last week. Looking to put in a nice mile this morning here, and she fronts this field of 8 up the backside. In second is Kim. Then in 3rd, that is Cooler Than Colby. Ariana Grandeo is 4th. French Shaker in 5th. 6th is Best Keepsake. On the outside still is Wasaga 7th, and 8th is Stormy Place. The half was 58-3, 29-4 in the second split. They enter the far turn. turn. McClure and Sunshine Nelly the leader, and the lead stretches out to 3 lengths. Off stride in third went Cooler Than Colby. Cooler Than Colby made a break. In second is Kim. Inheriting third for the time being is Ariana Grandeo. Angled to the outside is French Shaker to get underway fourth. Fifth, that is Best Keepsake. Then sixth is Stormy Place, followed by Wasega, and making the break was Cooler Than Colby. 3/4 time, 1:28.1 off the turn and into the stretch. Sunshine Nelly has led since the word go. Here's Kim on the outside now for Henry. Clear racetrack for her to work with. Ariana Grandeo is angled out, and on the far outside is French Shaker looking to come up the inside late as Best Keepsake. It's still Sunshine Nelly with the lead. Sunshine Nelly less than a 16th remaining, looking to close this one out. They're coming at her late, but Sunshine Nelly will win. Going to be tight for second. It appeared to go to Ariana Grandeo over Best Keepsake. Time of the mile, 1:56.3 for Sunshine Nelly.
So a bit of a good news, bad news scenario for Sunshine Nelly. The fact that she made a miscue last week later in the mile, but bounces back to win today. Wins in 56.3, but again a bit bumpy gated in the home stretch and really being held together by Bob McClure. So, you can look at it two ways. There's obviously a bit of concerns over the gating issues that we've seen in the first 2 weeks, but boy, you have to think if they get that ironed out, we're looking at a very nice filly here. Big, good-looking daughter of Sunshine Beach from the well-said mare Kenzie Angels. And she is able to keep it together today and hold on for that 1:56.3 victory off 3/4 in 1:28.1. Sunshine Nelly victorious. Ariana Grandeo, the daughter of Roll with Joe for Blake McIntosh. She was in that place battle with the Anthony Beaton trainee Best Keepsake, who we talked about. She another daughter of Better Than Cheddar. So pretty good looking group overall there in qualifier number 9, and emerging victorious again was Sunshine Nelly. It'd be interesting to see whether they opt to maybe try one more time to see if they can get her smoothened out just a little bit more, or drop her in to racing action. There seems to be a world of talent and potential with that filly. Getting set for the group for race 10 coming out next as we roll along with our qualifying races this morning. All baby races here at Woodbine Mohawk Park, 13 in total. This is the 10th. A field of 8 filly pacers will meet up in this contest. Couple that raced last week. One of them number 2 Sports Duchess. The homebred sports writer from My Ideal for Blake McIntosh. Leanne Murphy, the owner and the breeder. And of course, My Ideal was one that was campaigned by Blake and enjoyed a very productive racing career. And this one found the winner's circle last week in qualifying action. A 59-1 victory on that morning. The other one who was in action a week ago was She's a Sassy Beach, a daughter of Sunshine Beach. He'll occupy the far outside today. Colleague Kenny Middleton, the voice of Woodbine Mohawk Park, owns this one. Is also the breeder of this filly and shares ownership with William Galvin of Mississauga. She's from the Art Colony mare Lady Marina. Raced evenly last week and finishing 4th. Paced home in 28 seconds, so I'm sure we're happy with that, and we'll look to step up that time a little bit this morning. There's a look at the aforementioned Sports Duchess trying to come back and make it 2 consecutive qualifying victories here in this field of 8. Trevor Henry will partner his charge in this upcoming contest as well. I didn't catch which one he's jumping up on, but Mark will fill us in on that. There's Annie's Legacy, the 5. Jody Jameson teams up with trainer Rob Fellows, $26,000 yearling purchase. A Control the Moment filly from some beach somewhere, Damn Mary Bits. Len Rosine of London owns this one, who is bred by Century Spring Farms here in Gorey, Ontario. There's a look at the complete field for this upcoming contest. 8 of them to line up behind the gate. And again, Mark will have any final changes for us as they begin to line up behind the starting gate momentarily. Again, as we talked about earlier, we're getting excited as well for the start of the Ontario Sire Stakes season finally, and it will get underway with the new Prospect Series this Saturday at Hanover.
Number 2, French Shaker, 4th. Number 3, Kim, 5th. Number 4, Sunshine Nelly, the winner. Number 5, Stormy Place was 7th. Number 6, Ariana Grandeo, 3rd. Number 7, Best Keepsake, 2nd. And number 8, Wasego, was 6th. 8, 4, 5, 7, 3, 2, 6 is your order of finish. Fractions were 28 and 4, 58 and 3, 128 and 1, 156 and 3 for the winner. Number 4, Sunshine Nelly. Starting gate, beginning to move for our 10th qualifier. Trevor Henry drives the 4, Lola Montez. Here's the field. Number 1, Broadway Roll. There's a roll with Joe Philly out of a Matt Scooter mare owned by South Street Farm. George and Teresa Rath, trained by Amy McDonald. Anthony McDonald will drive. Number 2, Sports Duchess. Sports Rider Philly out of Western Ideal mare, owned and bred by Leanne Murphy, trained by Blake McIntosh. James McDonald in the sulky. 3 is Always Watching, a He's Watching Philly, out of an Art Major mare owned by Wallace Standardbreds, Knobloch Racing Stable. Ben Wallace trained. Scott Young drives, a $15,000 Lexington Select purchase. 4, Lola Montez is a Big Jim Philly out of a Sports Rider mare owned by Scott McEnany, Stephen Palermo, and Mart West Racing Stable, along with Cora Marshall. Scott McEnany trains. Trevor Henry will drive. 5, Annie's Legacy is a Control the Moment filly out of a Some Beach Somewhere mare owned by Leonard Rosine, trained by Rob Fellows. Jody Jameson drives, $26,000 London buy. 6, Ring of Kerry, a Better Than Cheddar filly out of a Mach 3 mare owned and bred by Robert Bridges, trained by Anthony Beaton. Sylvan Filly on drive. 7 is Siri Blue Chip, a He's Watching filly out of a No Pan Intended mare owned by Greg McNair, Jeffrey Skinner, and George Kerr, trained by Greg McNair. Doug McNair drives, a $42,000 Harrisburg buy. And 8, She's a Sassy Beach, a Sunshine Beach filly out of an Art Colony mare owned by Ken Middleton and Bill Galvin, trained by Ken Middleton. Louis-Philippe Waugh is in the sulky. Field of 8 picking up speed for qualifier 10. And they're off and pacing. Pretty even beginning here from the inside. Broadway Roll and Sports Duchess leave out well. Driving from the outside, She's a Sassy Beach, and she'll powerfully make her way up to the top. Getting away in second, Annie's Legacy inside is Sports Duchess. At the rail, that is Broadway Roll. Mid-pack out in the center of the track is Ring of Kerry, and then it is Always Watching, who is being followed by Siri Blue Chip, and the trailer is Lola Montez. To the opening quarter, She's a Sassy Beach was there in 29 and 4. She's about to surrender the lead to Ring of Kerry, who powers up, and Ring of Kerry now will settle on the lead. Here's Ring of Kerry and Sylvan Fillion, a daughter of Better Than Cheddar, to show the way by a length and a half. She's a Sassy Beach will want to sit right on her back as they go by 3/8. Then racing in third, that is Annie's Legacy, followed 4th by Sports Duchess. 5th is Broadway Roll, then 6th as they head up the backside, Always Watching, Siri Blue Chip, and the last one in this group is Lola Montez. The half was hit in 59 and 3. Back-to-back, 29 and 4 splits for this group, and they roll into the far turn. 2-length advantage here for Ring of Kerry. She's a Sassy Beach remains in second. Then the break is about 3 lengths going back to Annie's Legacy in third. 4th is Sports Duchess, followed 5th by Broadway Roll. 6th is Always Watching. Then 7th as Siri Blue Chip is the second last horse there. We had a breaker. Off stride went Broadway Roll, and at the back of the field is Lola Montez, who gets a little steppy taken wide by Henry, and now she might be off stride, or almost did. Meanwhile, up at the lead, 1:29 is your 3/4 time, and into the stretch leading this group, this is Ring of Kerry. Ring of Kerry still with the lead. She's called upon. Looking to come up the inside, She's a Sassy Beach. In the middle is Annie's Legacy, and on the outside, Sports Duchess is making up some ground. Always Watching in behind that wall of horses. Less than a 16th remaining. Ring of Kerry going to hold on to close this one out. Sports Duchess finishes in second. second. Then third went to She's a Sassy Beach, followed by Annie's Legacy, Always Watching, Siri Blue Chip, and it'll be Lola Montez and Broadway Roll, 156 and 1.
.156 and 1 is the time of the mile in race 10 for Ring of Kerry, Better Than Cheddar. Another winner here from the Mach 3 mare, Marquis de Serra. She was a $400,000 winner, and this is her first foal, so it looks like she's passing on some of her ability, and a nice 27 and 1 closer again for Ring of Kerry to hold off an impressive late rally from Sports Duchess. So Team McIntosh, I'm sure, quite pleased with this homebred and how she has looked through 2 qualifiers now. 2 qualifiers as well for the third place finisher. She's a Sassy Beach. She's a daughter of Sunshine Beach, and I'm sure Ken Middleton and Connections happy with her. Showed some good gate speed today in being forwardly placed, and really hung in well in that fast final quarter, and she's a good-looking individual as well. So more impressive efforts this morning here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. And again, we are glad to have you with us today. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We will be with you tomorrow morning as well. 9:30 start time again for that. And we'll see the boys in action. 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers and Trotters competing here tomorrow morning as part of the 11 race session for that. Again, want to thank our sponsors today. Of course, the Central Ontario Standardbred Association, COSA, as well as Ontario Racing, hoofbid.com. Reminder, we've got that contest happening both today and tomorrow as well. So if you're watching on any of our platforms, you can leave us a comment. And from all of those comments, we're going to draw one name at random following tomorrow's program for that $250 Amazon gift card. Sponsored by hoofbid.com, the new online standardbred auction site. They're getting set to come out for qualifier number 11. Just 3 more left to go this morning. A look there at the number 6, Let's Roar. A Shadow Play filly owned by Hutt Racing of Pennsylvania. Bred by Winback Farm of Maryland. Greg McNair trains. Doug McNair will drive. Just a $13,000 yearling purchase. The mare, Tiger Style, a life sign mare, has produced 3 winners of more than $100,000 in her career. And going to look at that one getting ready to come out onto the track. As we wait the different participants here, we've got a field of 9 this time. So a bulkier field this time out. Some very impressive miles so far today, and we're seeing those big final quarters. Bit of a trademark now as you get into qualifier number 2 for many of these.
Going from the top to the bottom here in the 10th with the results. Number 1, Broadway Roll was 8th. Number 2, Sports Duchess 2nd. Number 3, Always Watching 5th. Number 4, Lola Montez 7th. Number 5, Annie's Legacy 4th. Number 6, Ring of Kerry the winner. Number 7, Siri Blue Chip 6th. And number 8, She's a Sassy Beach was 3rd. 8, 2, 5, 7, 4, 1, 6, 3. Fractions were 29 and 4, 59 and 3, 129, 156 and 1. For the winner, number 6, Ring of Kerry, daughter of Better Than Cheddar, out of the Mach 3 mare, Marquis de Serra. This is a homebred for Robert Bridges, trained by Anthony Beaton. Sylvain Filion was in the sulky. First full out of that Mach 3 mare. Ring of Kerry in her qualifying debut wins in 156 and 1.
And we continue to get a look at these youngsters making their way to the track. Marvelous Kiss there, number 4. One of several in here that we're going to be seeing for the first time. So 3 of the 9 were in action last weekend here, including the one Marry Me Now Hanover. 7th place effort. I'm sure the Connections are expecting better today. This one, an Art Major filly from a good producing mare, Mary Matgillen. One that I wouldn't be surprised to see step up substantially off that effort. Well and Down, number 3 for the stable, was 3rd last time out here. And the other one that did race last weekend, Salisbrook Easy, number 5, a Better Than Cheddar filly for Team Williamson from Blythe, finished 6th in the qualifier a week ago. The other 6, all first-timers, including Marvelous Kiss, who we saw a moment ago. Better's Delight filly from the Arts Place mare Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Blair Corbet of Alberta bred this one and is the owner. Rob Fellows training Louis-Philippe Bois aboard this particular youngster, who is a sibling to 4 of winners of more than $100,000 or more in their career. So this is one to keep an eye on, I think, in this field, and who knows, some others might be able to step up and surprise us here. So they're just about all on the track for qualifier 11. Just 3 more left to go here this morning. Stand by. Mark will have the call of the 11th coming up in just a moment.
Wings of the starting gate are open as the 2-year-old pacing fillies for our 11th qualifier begin to line up. Scratch number 1, Marry Me Now, Hanover. Here is the field. Number 2, just a little better. Is a better than Cheddar filly out of an Arts Place mare owned by John Pentland, Jack Darling Stables Limited, and Syllabus Stable. Trained by John Pentland, Bob McClure will drive, an $18,000 Lexington Select purchase. 3, Well and Down is a well-said filly out of a Real Artist mare owned by the stable Well and Down Group, trained by Anthony McDonald. James McDonald drives. $6,000 Blooded Horse Sale by. Number 4, Marvelous Kiss is a Better Delight filly out of an Arts Place mare owned and bred by Blair Corbeil, trained by Rob Fellows. Louis-Philippe Bois will drive. $33,000 London yearling sale grad. 5, Salzbrook Easy. Better than Cheddar filly out of a Rock and Roll Hanover mare owned by Rebecca Williamson, Laverne Turnbull, trained by Jeffrey Williamson. Jay Harris drives. $10,000 London buy. 6, Let's Roar is a shadow play filly out of a Life Sign mare owned by Hut Racing Stable, trained by Greg McNair. Doug McNair drives. $13,000 Lexington Select purchase. 7, Racing for the Mark is a Racing Hill filly out of an Art Major mare owned and trained by Daniel O'Brien. Michael Whalen will drive. $15,000 Buckeye sale grad. 8 is Bet on Becky, a Better's Delight filly out of a Western Hanover mare owned by Ken Ewan, Larry Maneri, Michael Guerrero, and Alan Albert, trained by Anthony Beaton. Jody Jameson drives, a $70,000 Lexington Select purchase. And number 9 is Sporty Mystic, a sports writer filly out of a Western Terror mare owned and bred by Leo Baker, trained by Louis F. Demiadis. Phil Houdon is in the sulky. It's a field of 8 for qualifier number 11. Picking up speed, and here they come. And they're off and pacing, driving out from the center to the first call. That is Salzbrook Easy. Salzbrook Easy leaving dead down the center of this track. Right in behind, that is Bet on Becky, and then Sporty Mystic will look to cut across. Meanwhile, at the inside, it is Well and Down. Then Racing for the Mark. They go into the bend. And then racing in 6th, that is Marvelous Kiss, followed 7th by Let's Roar, and 8th is Just a Little Better. The opening quarter, 30-4. So Salzbrook Easy, not wanting to do things very easily here in the early going for Jay Harris, but now he gets her to settle, and she'll calmly move there into 2nd. 2 lengths off the leader, Bet on Becky. It's Bet on Becky on top. In 2nd is Salzbrook Easy. Then racing in 3rd, that is Sporty Mystic, followed 4th by Well and Down. 5th up the backstretch is Racing for the Mark. Then 6th is Marvelous Kiss, followed 7th by Let's Roar. And at the rear of the field is Just a Little Better. The half was hit in 101 and 3. Back-to-back 30-4 quarters to get this thing going. And then they go into the far turn now. It is still Bet on Becky, the leader. Daughter of Better's Delight is showing the way by a pair. Salzbrook Easy in 2nd. Break of 4 lengths going back to Sporty Mystic in 3rd. 2.5 lengths into Well and Down in 4th. On that one's back is Racing for the Mark. On the outside is Marvelous Kiss, staying along the inside, Let's Roar, and then a break of 5 going back to the trailer just a little better. 3/4 time was 1:29.4, so they picked it up there. 28 1/3 panel. Here is Bet on Becky. Bet on Becky, called upon by Jameson. Still 3 lengths away. That is Salzbrook Easy. Then a big gap going back to Well and Down, who just rolled off stride. Inside at the rail is Sporty Mystic, and on the outside racing for the mark. But let's go back to the front, because here with powerful strides through the line, this is Bet on Becky to win. Salzbrook Easy was second. Well and Down third, followed then by Racing for the Mark. Sporty Mystic, Marvelous Kiss, just a little better, and Let's Roar. Time of the mile, 1:56 flat for Bet on Becky.
That was a ultra impressive final quarter from the winner, Bet on Becky, the Bettor's Delight filly from the Western Hanover mare Western City. A great production record. She's produced 6 winners of more than $100,000, and it looks like there's another one that's got a ton of potential here in Bet on Becky. Anthony Beaton training. The $70,000 yearling purchase is owned by Winback Farm. Double J in the driver's seat, 56 the win time of 3/4 in 1:29.4. That's a 26-1 final quarter. Wow. And that is ultra impressive. So we've seen a few of those today, and what a difference a week makes. The times much more impressive today, as we thought they would be, with the beautiful weather to go along with it. In fact, the wind actually is picking up, a little bit gusty here now, but certainly nothing like we saw here last weekend. Very challenging and trying conditions for the youngsters. So I guess a great learning experience for the ones that were here a week ago, and not surprising to see many of those step up big time here this morning. But this one, who we just saw, Bet on Becky, her first qualifying race, and it couldn't have looked too much more impressive than that. So be interesting to see whether she drops right into race off of that, or whether they opt to maybe go one more time here next weekend. We've got a couple left to go here this morning, just 2 left on this 13 race session. Qualifier 12 coming up next, and we've got a field of 8 scheduled to go postward in this one. Again, a mix of a few that we saw 1 week ago. A couple of runner-up finishes. Avonlea Sealster, number 1. State Treasurer daughter from the Estrellas mare Angelina Sealster. She was second a week ago, as was Alumni Sealster, who will have post 8 today for Ian Moore and driver Sylvain Filion. She as well a daughter of State Treasurer. We'll talk more about them. We'll get a look at them coming out from the paddock, and Mark will be by in a moment with the complete finish order from that 11th race.
2 to go. Wings of the gate are open for the 12th qualifier here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. 12th of 13. Number 1, Avonlea Sealster is a state treasurer filly out of an Australia's mare owned by Ellie Bale and John Pentland, along with Catherine Canapini, trained by John Pentland. Bob McClure drives, $18,000. Purchase at the London Yearling Sale. 2, Tiara Dancer, better than Cheddar filly, owned and bred by Les Poulsen. He also trains. Phil Houdon drives. 3, Alamode Sealster, Sunshine Beach filly out of Rock and Roll Hanover mare, owned by Murray Cox, trained by Greg McNair. Doug McNair will drive. 4 is scratched. 5 is Haley's Little Comet, a Sunshine Beach filly out of a No Pan Intended mare, owned by Thomas Dillon, Scott Dillon, trained by Anthony Beaton. Jody Jameson drives. A $20,000 Lexington Select purchase. 6 is Lady Val. She's a shadow play filly out of a Camluck mare, owned by Leia Curie GLD, along with Jean Roche Marois and La Ferme Tag, trained by Gerard Demers. Robert Shepard drives, $6,000 London buy. 7 is Beach Moment, a Control the Moment filly out of a Beach Towel mare owned by Hut Racing Stable, Mortgage Boys Stable, and Blake McIntosh. McIntosh is the trainer. Doug McNair's in the sulky. This is a $17,000 Harrisburg purchase. And number 8 is Alumni Sealster, a state treasurer filly out of a Jeremy's Jet mare owned by Sally McDonald and Paul McDonald. Dr. Ian Moore trained. Sylvan Filion drives, a $50,000 London selected yearling sale buy. Gate picking up speed, 2-year-old pacing fillies. And they're off and pacing. Beach Moment and the outside starter, Alumni Sealster, moving out well from the center. That is Haley's Little Comet. And down towards the inside, Tiara Dancer is going to get ahead. Then at the rail, it is Avonlea Sealster, followed by Alamode Sealster. And the last one in this group is Lady Val. They're driving into the first turn, and Alumni Sealster's put on the point by Filion. Caught on the outside for the time being is Beach Moment, as she'll look to work her way into second. Under a tight hold is Tiara Dancer, as she was revved up. The opening quarter, 27-4. Quickest opening quarter of the morning. And as they drive into the backstretch, that 2-hole will not going to be there for Beach Moment, as McNair will settle her down and just drop in third, as Houdon's got his hands full there with Tiara Dancer in second. Meanwhile, the leader as they race up the backside is Alumni Sealster. Let's check in with Haley's Little Comet, who is racing in fourth. Avonlea Sealster is in fifth, followed by Alamode Sealster sixth, and seventh is Lady Vowel. Here is Alumni Sealster past the half in 57 seconds even. They'll race into the far turn. And Filion and Alumni Sealster, the daughter of State Treasurer, her second qualifier. She missed by a head in her first outing. She is on top here by a half dozen lengths. Tiara Dancer in second. In third is Beach Moment. Then in fourth, as they go around the far turn, is Haley's Little Comet. 3 lengths going back to Avonlea Sealster, Alamode Sealster, and the last one, Lady Vowel. To 3/4, it's all Alumni Sealster. She's off a half of 57. And she'll hit 3/4 in 1:25.4. They spin into the stretch. It's all Alumni Sealster. The $50,000 London yearling sale buy, and Sylvan Filion continue to lead by a large margin now. Into second is Beach Moment, backing up Tiara Dancer in the middle. Haley's Little Comet far outside. Avonlea Sealster looking to kick home strong, but it's all Alumni Sealster from the word go. She was the best here this morning in this one. Alumni Sealster was ready to go, and she'll win by about 5. Second goes to Beach Moment. Third was Haley's Little Comet, followed by Avonlea Sealster, Tiara Dancer, Lady Val, and Alamode Sealster. 154 and 1 for Alumni Sealster.
No doubt about the winner in qualifier 12, Alumni Sealster, who was second, beaten ahead last weekend after making a middle half move to the lead and just picked off in a 28-3 final quarter, which was impressive on the day. Today goes to the front, puts up solid fractions, but nice and rateable there in the third quarter, and I would say shut down at the wire. Again, from my vantage point, you get a good look at the driver's body language coming across the wire here. Sylvan Filion way back in the bike, and the mare had the bit in her mouth and looked like she could have offered more had Sylvan opted to do so. So a really impressive second effort for this daughter of State Treasurer. So far so good. We've only seen a handful from that stallion in the last couple of weeks, but from what we've seen, they're ready to hit the racetrack. And here's one that was second in the debut and then follows up with the fastest win of the morning so far, 154-1. Ian Moore training Sylvain Filion doing the driving. This $50,000 yearling purchase from London looks like it's certainly justifying that purchase price, at least at this point in time. Good runner-up finish from Beach Moment, who was fourth last week and rallied pretty well in the qualifier and had good speed on the end again this morning to finish second. Daughter of Control the Moment. And Haley's Little Comet in her first outing, a Sunshine Beach filly for Anthony Beaton, who's unveiled a nice-looking group this morning. And Jody Jamieson driving a good third in this quickest mile of the morning. One more left to go, 13 races in total, and we're coming up to that finale next. The competitors are getting ready to exit the paddock location. And great footage all day long. Thanks to Casey on the camera, doing a wonderful job getting those shots for us from inside and just outside of our paddock location. We see just the limited number of competitors, all wearing their masks, practicing social distancing, and it's wonderful to see under the current protocols. Everyone, job well done. They're coming out for the finale. A pair of Control the Moment fillies will occupy posts 1 and 2 respectively. Control the Bullet number 1, a sister to Artistic Fusion, a winner of a little over $300,000. Herb Holland trains this one, Louis-Philippe Bois driving. Next door will be Share the Moment, a Control the Moment filly from the As Promised mare Phelan Flush. It's her second full. Travis and Jody Cullen going to team up with this one. Next door neighbor to them, Southern Memories, a Roll with Joe filly for Blake McIntosh. From the top pacing mare Stonebridge Kisses, she was a millionaire, and she has already produced the Speedy Covered Bridge, a winner of 148-3 with $280,000 on his card. It will be a field of 8 to go postward here in the finale. And one thing this group all shares in common, it is the first trip behind the gate in qualifying action for all 8 of the starters. So we'll take just a short break as we watch the last couple make their way out. And Mark McKelvey, who's calling the action today, should have that rundown of race 12 coming up next.
Here was the order of finish from in the 11th. Let's catch everything up. From qualifier number 11, number 1, Marry Me Now, Hanover was scratch. Number 2, Just a Little Better, 8. Number 3, Well and Down, 3rd. Number 4, Marvelous Kiss, 6th. Number 5, Salzburg Easy, 2nd. Number 6, Let's Roar, 7th. Number 7, Racing for the Mark, 4th. Number 8, Bet on Becky, the winner. And number 9, Sporty Mystic was 5th. Top to bottom, scratch 8, 3, 6, 2, 7, 4, 1, 5. Fractions 30 and 4, 101 and 3, 129 and 4, 156 flat for the winner. Number 8, Bet on Becky. In the 12th, number 1, Avonlea Sealster was 4th. Number 2, Tiara Dancer, 5th. Number 3, Alamode Sealster, 7th. Number 4 was Scratch. Number 5, Haley's Little Comet, 3rd. Number 6, Lady Val, 6th. Number 7, Beach Moment was 2nd. And number 8, Alumni Sealster, the winner. 4, 5, 7, Scratch 3, 6, 2, 1. Fractions 27 and 4, 57, 125 and 4, 154 and 1 for the winner, Alumni Sealster. Gate beginning to roll for our final qualifier on this Friday, now into the afternoon. It'll be a field of 8 to wrap things up. Let's meet the field. Number 1, Control the Bullet. Control the Moment filly out of an Artscape mare, owned by Annalise Horn, who's also the breeder. Herb Holland trains. Louis-Philippe Waugh will drive. $12,000 London grad. 2, Share the Moment. Control the Moment filly out of an As Promised mare, owned and bred by Travis Cullen. He'll drive. Jody Cullen trains. 3, Southern Memories is a roll with Joe filly out of an Artscape mare owned by Hut Racing Stable, Stuart McIntosh Mortgage Boys Stable. Blake McIntosh trains. James McDonald drives. A $47,000 Harrisburg buy. Number 4, Dilly Taryn is a Believe in Bruiser filly out of a Keystone Raider mare, owned and bred by Gerald Majal, trained by Louis F. Demiotis and driven by Jody Jameson. 5, Jackie of All Trades is a Better Than Cheddar filly out of a Badlands Hanover mare owned by Anthony Beaton, David Mercer, and David Lumsden, trained by Beaton, driven by Sylvan Filion, a $20,000 London buy. 6, Barefoot and Pregnant is a Shadow Play filly out of an Art Major mare, owned and bred by Jim Averett, trained by Greg McNair. Doug McNair will drive. 7, Twinbee Sunkissed. She's a daughter of Sunshine Beach out of a Western Hanover mare, owned by Francis Dumichel, A. Curie CSL, numbered Quebec Incorporated, trained by Francis Dumichel. Bob McClure drives. $20,000 Harrisburg buy. And 8 is Cold Freeze, a sports rider filly out of a Cam's Card Shark mare. Scott McEnany, Mart West Racing Stable, Cora Marshall, and along with Jeffrey Korshnez are the owners. Scott McEnany trains. Doug McNair drives. A $7,000 London buy. And they're off and pacing in the 13th and final qualifier. And we'll give the first call to Jackie of All Trades. She starts from the center, and she'll split rivals looking to go to the early lead. Dilly Taryn at the inside is second, and going to drop in third. That is Twinbee Sunkissed. Getting away fourth is Share the Moment. Then fifth on the outside is Barefoot and Pregnant as they go into the turn. Control the Bullet is followed then by Southern Memories. And the last one, that is Cold Freeze at the opening quarter in 30 seconds flat. Here's Jackie of All Trades. She's on the lead. That lead, though, is about to be handed over to Dilly Taryn, who will circle around for Jameson. In third is Twinbee Sunkissed, followed fourth by Share the Moment. Fifth up the backstretch is Barefoot and Pregnant. Then sixth is Control the Bullet. Seventh is Southern Memories. And eighth is Cold Freeze. New leader is Dilly Taryn. Debut qualifier for this daughter of Believe in Bruiser. All 8 fillies in this qualifier are making their debut. And it's Dilly Taryn past the half in 1 minute and 2/5. 1 minute 2/5. 30-2 in the second quarter. Dilly Taryn the leader. Jackie of All Trades sits on her back second. Then it's a break of 3 lengths going to Twinbee Sunkissed in third. Racing in fourth is Share the Moment. 4 lengths back then to Barefoot and Pregnant. A break of about 6 back to the final 3. That is Control the Bullet. Outside Cold Freeze, it's gained a spot over Southern Memories. To 3/4 they go. Dilly Taryn. In second, Jackie of All Trades. And then Twinbee Sunkissed. We'll look to see her get underway in the lane. She's third. Share the Moment up the inside. Fourth and fifth is Barefoot and Pregnant. 1:30 and 3. Fillies will now sprint on home. And here's the leader, Dilly Taryn, confronted in the center. Jackie of All Trades. And on the outside, here comes Twinbee Sunkissed. And she's charging up. Twinbee Sunkissed now looking to take the lead. It's Jackie of All Trades digging in, but Twinbee Sunkissed has the advantage. Coming to the edge of the tote board. Here is Twinbee Sunkissed to win. Jackie of All Trades was second. Third goes to Dilly Taryn. Then it was Share the Moment, followed by Barefoot and Pregnant, Cold Freeze, Southern Memories, and Control the Bullet. 1:58 and 3 for Twinbee Sunkissed.
Our final qualifier of the morning going to Twinbee Sunkissed, a daughter of Sunshine Beach from the Western Hanover mare Western Heat from Off the Pace. 1:58 and 3, 28-second final quarter. Hers likely a couple of ticks under that, 27 and 3 maybe, somewhere in that range. And trained by Francis Dumichel and Blake McIntosh. We had him on our preview show 2 weeks ago, and this is a filly that
here is the order of finish from the 13th and final qualifier. Number 1, Control the Bullet was 8th. Number 2, Share the Moment, 4th. Number 3, Southern Memories was 7th. Number 4, Dilly Taryn was 3rd. Number 5, Jackie of All Trades 2nd. Number 6, Barefoot and Pregnant 5th. Number 7, Twinbee Sunkissed the winner. And number 8, Cold Freeze was 6th. 8-4-7, 3-2-5, 1-6. Fractions 30 flat, a minute 2/5. 1:30 and 3, 1:58 and 3 for the winner. Number 7, Twinbee Sunkissed. She's a daughter of Sunshine Beach out of the Western Hanover mare Western Heat, owned by Francis Dumichel, A. Curie CSL, and 9174, 7998 Quebec Incorporated, trained by Francis Dumichel and driven to victory by Bob McClure. A $20,000 Harrisburg purchase. Twinbee Sunkissed wins the 13th and final qualifier. That'll do it for baby race action here today at Woodbine Mohawk Park. We're back in action with more baby races tomorrow. 11 qualifiers in total, all for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. First race post time, 9:30 a.m. Live racing continues here tonight and tomorrow at Woodbine Mohawk Park. 11 race cards coming up each night. Post time, 7 p.m.
All right, welcome back. And again, thank you to Mark McKelvey. And if you're wondering, we lost our communication just the last race or two, so that's why we're a little bit disjointed here to wrap up the show. But it's wonderful having you with us today. Hope you've enjoyed the enhanced coverage, and we look forward to being back with you tomorrow, as Mark said. We've got 2-year-old colt and gelding pacers taking center stage here tomorrow, beginning at 9:30 once again. So hope to see you here bright and sharp for that. And Twinbee Sunkissed, we were just saying a moment ago in talking to Blake McIntosh, who we've seen prominently in the last couple of weeks. This is a filly that trained with his best fillies all winter long, and he mentioned her on that show, and they thought that she's a filly with a lot of talent, and they think could be something. And she certainly looked the part today with that very impressive final quarter. So recapping some of the highlights today, I thought on the pacing side, the very first one we saw filly by the name of Goodnight Moon for Rob Shepard making her debut. 58-1, not the fastest time of the morning, but just the way she did it. And the first time we'd seen her, and really shut down at the end of the mile. I thought she was good. Of course, a little bit later on, we saw a Game of Shadows score in 154-2. Louis-Philippe Bois driving. He co-owns this Shadow Play filly. And, a strong final quarter. And she appeared to have a little bit left in the tank. And that certainly was the case for Alumni Sealster. Fastest of the day, 54-1 back in race 12. And totally wrapped up at the end. So she's looked very good. That daughter of State Treasurer first through her first 2 qualifying trips postward. On the trotting side, the stable.ca, beat goes on for them. A couple of more winners from the 4 trotting events that we hosted today. As well, Up and Ready. Nice bounce back effort for this one. The $300,000 yearling purchase who made a miscue last week and came back and won here this morning. So that's great news, and we'll see if that one can continue the progression going forward. I think we've got Mark back in the line. Might be able to catch up with him just one more time here this morning before we wrap up coverage. Mark, how are you? You're back. I think you're downstairs at a different location. Just your overall thoughts on this morning. We knew we'd see a lot more impressive times, certainly, and that was the case.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, right off the bat, I'm a better internet connection at the moment. We'll try to sort it out for the upcoming days, but overall, from up here in the announcer's booth, things look pretty impressive. I was really interested to see how those fillies that raced last week would come once that raced last week, how they would come back here today in much better conditions, and a lot of them really stepped it up. We can read a bit into those times, a few 54 miles. The winner, Alumni Sealster, that was a real good performance from her. Even the one in the lasso, Twinbee Sunkissed, it's not the quickest time of the morning, but it's how she did it. I like the looks of that one there, and I think she's got, if you go back through her pedigree, she's got some breeding deep in there. So she's one to keep an eye on, in my opinion. Overall, real good day, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow's baby races.
Agreed. And from what we've seen so far, I think we've got a special group. We've got some that look like they've got that special look to them at this point in time. So can't wait to see them in action in stakes races. So let's let Mark go home and get a nap in. You'll be back working here tonight, I'm sure. I'm going to wrap up here, and I'm going to head to the beach, I think, for a little while. And we'll see.
Can we trade spots?
Nope. Maybe tomorrow.
All
right. We'll see you here. We'll see you here tomorrow, Mark, at 9:30. He'll be back to join me and call the action. And again, we really want to thank you for joining us today. Hope to see you again tomorrow. And just a final thank you again to COSA, Central Ontario Standardbred Association, for making this possible, along with the Woodbine Entertainment Group broadcast team. Wonderful. They've been able to help us in accommodating and putting this together. Thank you to Ontario Racing and to hoofbid.com as well, sponsoring our contest. Again, it'll be in play again tomorrow, so everybody that commented today on our social media platforms and who does so again tomorrow, you're going to be entered into that draw, where we're going to be drawing one name at the end of tomorrow. tomorrow for that $250 Amazon gift card. A wonderful prize. Thank you again to hoofbid.com. Check them out online at hoofbid.com. Thank you again for joining us today. And a reminder, Ontario Sire Stakes getting set to debut for 2020. 3 levels to the OSS now this year with the unveiling of the new Prospect Series. And 3-year-old filly pacers kick off that this Saturday night at Hanover Raceway. Check out Grassroots Series action on Friday, June 26th at Woodbine Park. 3-year-old filly pacers going to the post there. And the Gold Series makes its debut for 2020 on Sunday, June 28th in Barrie at Georgian Downs. Looking forward to the start of the Ontario Sire Stakes and getting a look at some of the future stars of that program both today and again tomorrow at 9:30. Certainly hope you can join us once again for that. So long, and thank you for watching COSA-TV.
COSA, the Central Ontario Standardbred Association, proudly serving Ontario horse people with integrity and accountability. Collaborative, supportive, helping to ensure a vibrant harness racing industry. Lifetime membership is free and there are many benefits. Become a new member today. COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. To find out more, visit COSAonline.com.